1 winner.
Well, I'd like to first of all say thank you to the AIJCA for asking me to come and evaluate your cattle today. And I know we got a long day, and I think we got a really good class to start off with here. I don't think it takes a lot of time to look at these two to evaluate them. I think they're a good pair of heifers, but boy, this one that's going to lead the class is 404, just a January heifer calf. Really, really good in her body, big bodied. I love her center dimension. Boy, she gets out and tracks so well. Just really a nice one to start off with. Talk about her maybe a little more in division. Young man's February heifer comes out. Really a nice growthy heifer. Again, big bodied, long necked. Got some real maternal look to her. A little bit greener in her condition today, and that's certainly understandable because she is so young. I think young man's got an awfully good one to start his project with. Give him a good round of applause.
Your results for Class 1, first place goes to entry 404, FFC Miss Maria 4011P, owned by Braylon Oliver from Alba, Texas. And second is entry 401, OC Patricia 602P ET, owned by Benjamin Yee from Perry, Georgia. Next in the ring, we have Class 2 and would like to thank Jared Shipman as your Class 2 sponsor.
Wow, really, really good class here in our second class, and I think here on the top end, and I'm not going to try to take all day on these cattle, but I certainly want to give these young folks every opportunity. And this young lady's heifer that comes out in the class to me is just the one that's really the combination. I love her build. I think that she's really ultra feminine in her makeup, but still when you get behind her, she's still got enough composition to her. She's big enough bodied and big enough bellied. Man, when she gets off, and I think where she probably excels the heifer in second is when she comes off her front end. I think she's got a little more reach. She doesn't want to get quite as marchy off those front two, and I appreciate that about her. I just love that heifer so much on the profile. And then when we get right down to the last third of those, or the last quarter of those two cattle, when you analyze them two from their hip or their hook back to their pin bone, I think she's just so ultra good up through her hip. Her tail head sets in her so nice, and she's wide pin, just really a cool one. A little bigger muscled one, I guess, if you will, comes out in second. I like this one's extra thickness. I think she's got a lot of body. She's a little coarser necked and a little coarser shouldered than that one that leads out. I think when she gets out in the move, she wants to get a little prancy and a little marchy off her front end. And I don't know, that could be just her day, but that's a really good pair there in the top end. And I commend and congratulate you both. Third heifer, boy, this one can stand a lot of competition because she is extremely big-bodied and broody. I like the teat design on this young heifer for being just a fall or a winter heifer. She's got a little extra body. She's got a little extra mass. She doesn't hold herself compositionally quite as well out through her top. She wants to maybe get down out of her shoulder just ever so slightly and lift up in her hip, and just makes her not quite as neat to look at as she goes out and goes. The heifer that comes out next is the one that's most like the one in front of her in terms of her rib shape and her design. Another good one at the ground, and we'll talk about that a lot today. At these cattle, they're good-footed and ones that are good at the ground, and I think that heifer is. She just doesn't transition quite as well from her forerib back as those ones that above her. I think she's a little greener in her type, but I think that one's got a lot of future to her. The heifer that comes out next, one of the least conditioned heifers out here. She's a little flatter when you get behind her, and she doesn't have quite that robust shape down through her stifle as some of those others. Really a nice hip in that heifer. I think she's got a lot of maternal good to her. I think another one that's going to be awfully good down the road. The young man's heifer that completes the class. Really a nicely designed one. She just needs more power. She needs more performance to get her elevated in this class today. I think from top to bottom, extremely good class of Charolais heifer calves. Give them a nice round of applause if you would, please.
In Class 2, first place goes to entry 411, AWR Noel 5164 ET, owned by Mila Nieder from Amoret, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 406, LJR Miss Nick of Time 4416N ET, owned by Shayla Dismukes, Chakotah, Oklahoma. Third goes to 410, BRP Norma N33, owned by Bella Parker from Godley, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 409, SAC Rumor 1210, owned by Audrey Bracken from Baser, Kansas. Fifth place is entry 413, BHSC Indra Brightside 57N, owned by McKenna Mitchell from Justin, Texas. And sixth place goes to 405, HF Dolly 821, owned by Elijah Hancock from Lebanon, Tennessee. Those places again for Class 2 go 62431 scratch 5. Next in the ring we have Class 3.
get into our November heifers, and I think again we got a really good class all the way from the top to the bottom, and a little give and take in this top end. I think even you start them last 4 heifers that we walked again. I think there's just a little bit that you got to really get up on them and analyze. The young lady here with the ponytail is going to win the class. I think she's really the combination heifer. I think if I could do anything to this heifer, I'd change her outside toe just a little bit. As she comes out, she wants to roll just a little bit off her front end. But when she gets stopped, and I still think, and that's being picky on her because I think she's sure sound enough. I think when you get her on the side profile, she's the one that balances up a little better. She's got just a little more natural shape to her rib cage as you get behind her and you study her out through her hip. I think she's the one that's got just a nickel more muscle. I think she just blends and flows a little better from her pole back to her tail head. I think that just in the way she gets out and goes, and just her whole look kind of gets her to the class winning spot here. A little longer hip one comes in second, but she's not quite as true as the way she is in her is the one that wins the class in terms of her pin set. If we could lift her pins up just a little bit, I'd like that about her. If we could drop her down in her flank just a little bit more to make her balance up a little better. But boy, you like her power. She's big bodied and got some stoutness to her. I think that's a good heifer. Here's a different kind of looking one, and I think this one's probably going to be better as days goes on because she's a little piecey for me honestly right now. Just got that crazy neck and got that really long extended neck, and you love her head. She gets a little pinched in her heart. If we could blow her apart in her heart and give her a little more forerib, we'd like her a little bit better. Compared to those cattle in front of her, she's not quite as long-sided, she's not quite as long hip, but I think really one that's got a tremendous future down the road. 4th heifer is one that intrigues me because this young lady just kind of gets her, and they make a nice team out here. The heifer's a little plainer in her look, honestly. She's not quite as chiseled out through her neck and her chest as those ones ahead of her. I think the heifer's still basic in her build. I think she's really good at the ground. I think she's one of the sounder built ones when we look at her from the ground up. I think that heifer's got an awfully lot of future to her. I like the stoutness and the boldness of the heifer that comes out next. Her problem for me is she doesn't blend out of her shoulder into her top part of her skeleton as well. She wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. Makes her look just a little bit off balance when she gets on the standstill. The heifer that comes out next is much like that one. This one's probably not quite as good in her forerib, probably not quite as true in her rib cage, not quite as deep in her flank as that one right above her, but certainly a really one that gets out and goes. She's pretty good in her angle. She's pretty good at the way she gets out. Maybe soften her up just ever so slightly at the ground on her rear too. We move her up a bit. The heifer that comes out next, again, is another real basic kind of built one that honestly I like this one on the standstill. When we get her in motion, I need to change her. I need to make her more flexible. She gets pretty elevated in her shoulder. From you look at her from the ground up, she's pretty straight in her shoulder. I'd change about that one to get her moved up. The heifer that comes out next in this class, again, we talk about them being just basic in their build, and this heifer is that. She's one that's not quite as unique about her front 1/3. She gets just a little shorter hipped, and I think if we could pull her hip out just a little bit, make her a little bit longer, in a magic world, we'd make that one move up again because we like her body and like her build. This heifer comes out next, really good in her line. She's extremely long topped and big topped and good topped. She's really, really green, and I think that one, I certainly don't think that's a bad thing for this stage of that heifer's life, but relative to the cattle above her, just condition wise, we need to give her just a little more punch to move her up. The heifer that completes a class, a heifer that's pretty good in her lines when you talk about her in terms of her muscle shape, but she needs to get a little better off of both ends. She's pretty straight in her shoulder. She wants to come out, show a little bit off in her knee, and we maybe need to make her a little more flexible in her hock to have some more longevity in that one. Good class of heifers. Give those November exhibitors a big round of applause.
Your results for Class 3. First place goes to 421 SKS Miss Talk of Change 576, owned by Enema Adams from Blossom, Texas. Second goes to 424 FCC WGB Miss B 555P, owned by Addison Fiddler from Fairview, Illinois. Third place is 417 RF Miss Mora 5426 ET, owned by Sarah McCown from Valley Center, Kansas. Fourth goes to 416 JS Lady Paisley 590, owned by Raylan Rump from Burton, Kansas. Fifth place is entry number 425 BRP Natalie N31, owned by Bella Parker from Godley, Texas. Sixth is 426 JF72J Mirror Image O2N, owned by Lily Hinkson from Cottonwood Falls, Kansas. Seventh is 418 SCC Ella 314N, owned by Maria Perez from Wills Point, Texas. Eighth place is entry number 420 RF Miss Camille 5419 ET, owned by Ellie Pierce from Goodman, Missouri. Ninth goes to 423 DDC Lucy Samantha N66P, owned by Eliza Downey from Prattville, Alabama. And 10th is entry number 414 Schaefer's Candace 523, owned by Mackenzie Fishburne from Lawrence, Kansas. Placings again for Class 3 go 10, 437, 81, 9256. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 1. Would like to thank your sponsor for your Division 1 champion is Boyer and Core Show Cattle, and Thousand Hills Cattle is your reserve sponsor.
Well, I think, Justin, if I'm right, we're going to pick 3 in this division, and what a really nice division to start our day off with. And I think all the way from our first class, and try not to get too long-winded because I'm going to talk about them pretty well, I think, in class. But I think we got some nice class winners and some nice seconds out here. The January heifer calf that won that class, certainly got to appreciate the grow and power in this one. You know, when you get her out here in this division championship, you know, maybe she runs downhill just a little bit, maybe doesn't have quite some of the things the other heifers have, but boy, I think that one's certainly got a big future to her because she is so good and powerful and love her performance. The heifer that's behind her there, this December heifer, is one that just balances up so well to me. I love this heifer on the move. I think she's good in her design. I think she's really, really cool in her underline, the way she balances up from her fore rib back to her flank. I think when she gets out and goes, she's really good off her front too, places her back to where she needs to. Good class in that last class, and I thought that was some difficult decisions there. I liked the one that just had a little more shape and a little more body. Thought she was a little better in the way her tail head set in her. I think that's just a really good, powerfully designed heifer that's going to make an awfully good cow. For me, I'll go show you the top 3 in this division. Been a nice group to work with. Give them a good round of applause if you would.
Your Division 1 champion, entry number 411, AWR Noel 5164 ET, owned by Mila Nider from Amoret, Missouri. Your reserve division champion is entry 421, SKS Miss Talk of Change 576, Emma Adams from Blossom, Texas. And our third out, entry 424, Addison Fiddler, Fairview, Illinois. As we begin Division 2, leading in the ring next, this will be class number 4, and would like to thank Thousand Hills Cattle as our class 4 sponsor.
we get started in this second division. I think in this particular class we've got an outstanding group, and I thought that top 4 or 5 heifers are really good. Just quite a bit of difference and as you get on down the line. The first 2 heifers are the ones that kind of match up pretty well to me. I think the heifer that wins the class so just really comes out of her shoulder a little better. I think she's neater about her top line. She's really square built. I love this heifer out through her front 1/3. She's really small headed, but boy, she's sure got some punch to her. When you look at that one in terms of her body shape and her muscle design, just really good. Ultra cool up through her head. She comes out of the top of her shoulder a little better than her heifer in second. I think she blends into her skeleton just ever so slightly better. I think that's just a really good heifer to win a good class. The second one, boy, she sure got some good parts and pieces. Again, I love the extra dimension that she has in terms of her body dimension and her shape. She's not quite as long-hipped as the one that wins the class. She may be not quite as ultra cool out through her front 1/3. But man, that's kind of being picky because she's long-necked and neat-necked and still got that extra rib shape that we like. Like I said, doesn't transition out of her shoulder into her forearm quite as cool as that first one. But that's a good pair of heifers. Here's one that's a little tough for me to read because, she sets her back legs down a little bit funky. But, I sure would rather see one like this than one that gets too straight. She's got just a notch of extra set from the ground up. But to me, that's okay because I think that one's got just a little bit of extra longevity. I'd change this heifer in her shoulder. She wants to just get a little around her shoulder, just a little coarser shouldered relative to those first 2 cattle. But I think as this heifer goes on and she bodies down, gets a little more condition in her, I think that one's going to be awfully formidable down the road. This is a brood cow that comes in 4th, and I appreciate that about her. She doesn't get out and go quite as nicely as the first 3. I change that. She just wants to get under herself a little bit. She doesn't set her back foot down quite as correctly. With that being said, she's a heifer that when you get off to the side of her and you look from the ground up at her front leg, maybe just give her just a little more angle to her shoulder, and that's being ultra critical on a really nice heifer. Young man's heifer here that comes out next is one that's really green. I think she's the greenest one that we probably have out here, except for maybe the one that follows her. This heifer's really good in her lines, and this young man gets her stuck, gets her top down. Boy, that one gives you a good look, and I think as she goes on, you get this one bred and get her just down the road as a little more mature. She's going to be one that's certainly going to be a formidable component for those other cattle because she is really good in her type and her kind. The heifer it comes out to one that's got just a nickel more body, maybe if you will, but she's a shorter neck. She's not quite as neat out through her chest. She wants to get pretty short strided off those front 2. We maybe just refine her and maybe change her just a little bit up through her front 1/3 to get her moved up. Then the heifer it completes a class, another one that's nice in her lines. She's not quite as powerful and not quite as bold centered as those ones above her. She is good out through her hip, and I think that's really good. I think she's wide pinned. I think she's got some real maternal look to her. Just one that needs to be powered up relative to the cattle above her today. Good class of heifers. Give them a good round of applause if you would.
In Class 4, first place goes to 428 RF Miss Mora 5415, owned by Libba Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Second is entry 432 3 Aces Gidget 9235, owned by Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Third goes to 436 Boy Natty 210N, owned by Abigail Peck from Monroeville, New Jersey. Fourth place goes to 427 Bar S Miss Germain 5912, owned by Addison Burns from Valley Falls, Kansas. Fifth is entry number 429 SKS SC Miss Patricia 564, owned by John Chandler from Belton, South Carolina. Sixth goes to 433 RF Miss Duchess 5414 ET, owned by Ainsley Coates from Dyer, Tennessee. And seventh place goes to 435 DDC Sun Lee N63P, owned by Lily Downey from Prattville, Alabama. Those placings again for Class 4 go 4, 1, 5 scratch, 2, 6, 7, 3 scratch. Next in the ring we have Class 5 and would like to thank Flying R Angus as your Class 5 sponsor.
in this class here in our second division. I think it's a little more trying. I think there's a lot of good in quite a few of these heifers, and we just kind of sort through what our priorities are, I guess. And that's where this one that wins the class comes out. She's probably the more performance heifer in the class, but I think also with you, when you analyze them, I think she's the one that's the most balanced. When you get behind them, she's the one that's truer in her hip. She's the widest pin one. She's the one that looks like a cow to me. Is she big? Yeah, she's pretty big, honestly, for me, relative to our class. But I think, you got to appreciate that because she does have that extra performance. I just love her rib shape, man. She is so big and bold sprung. Still carries herself back to her rear flank nice. She's good out of her fore rib. I think just the one, when you put all those things together, she needs to win the class. She's certainly better in her hip and way she's laid in her shoulder than our heifer that comes out in second, in my opinion. The heifer that comes out in second, just a little rounder shoulder. She's not quite as nice out through her hip. She's not quite as picked up and elevated in through her pin set. I think she's got enough body and enough shape to go ahead and get her in that second hole. I think that's a really good one. Here's an interesting one to me, and I guess this one is just, she's really, really skinny. And so what you see is what you get. I think that kind of hurts her today relative to those first two cattle. This one's good, though. I think her future is down the road, honestly, young lady. And I think that one's got some gold and some purple banners in her future because she is ultra cool in her build and ultra cool. When she gets her parked and stuck, you love her symmetry and you love her lines. As she gets older, she's going to body down, I feel. She's got enough look to her and enough build. I think that just give her some time and she moves up. The yellow heifer is one that's intriguing to me. Again, I like this one out through her hip. When you look at her relative to those first three cattle, though, she's a little shallower about her rib shape. She's not quite as neat when you get down at the ground relative to those first three. But I think that's another one that's really green in her type and her kind. I think as she goes on, she's going to certainly mature and get really deep and just be a really good, sound, functional one for this young lady. The next young man's heifer, just a little round for my taste. I'd like to just maybe make her just a little more relaxed in her whole body makeup. She needs to drop down in her rib. She needs to drop down in her flank. She's the one that gets just a little rounder out of her hip. Her tail head doesn't set down in her pin set quite adequately for me. But I think, in terms of muscle shape and just power, you got to like her. Young man's heifer that comes out next is an interesting one and a tough one to read because, this is a really extremely feminine-necked, skinny-necked, feminine-headed one, but she just needs time. And I think if she'll go on and continue maturing, she's really juvenile looking to me. And I think, relative to those cattle out here, got some really good parts and pieces. Problem is, young man, today, those parts and pieces just don't quite fit together as well as I'd like to see them. But I think you got a tremendous future with your heifer. A big-bodied one that's big-centered. Again, it comes out. It's got a little extra muscle, got some bone shape. She needs to be neater out through her front 1/3. She gets a little down in her chest floor. We'd lift that up just to make her a little neater. We'd lengthen her out through her neck just ever so slightly to make her a little more feminine looking. The heifer that completes the class, big growthy heifer again. Nice in her lines, long and level out through her hip. This needs more power, needs a little more condition to get her up competing with those heifers above her. Tremendously good class. I think extremely good on your top end. Give them a good round of applause.
In Class 5, first place goes to entry 438, PGC AC Miss Night Lily 5439, owned by Talon Mueller from Pipestone, Minnesota. Second is 439, BRCHE MCC Joe Cool 5520 PLD, owned by Mika Malone from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Third place is 447, HNRX Dottie 5220, owned by Ashley Purvine from Fay, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to 437, RF Miss Mora 5407 ET, owned by Ellie Pierce from Goodman, Missouri. Fifth goes to 442, Lazy H Baby Ruth 5604, owned by Braden Greenwood from Hamilton, Kansas. Sixth place is 441, LR Miss Punchy Patty 5721, owned by Coy Larson from Leota, Kansas. Seventh is 444, LaFraise Farah 475, owned by Elijah Hancock from Lebanon, Tennessee. And eighth place goes to 446, DDC Magnolia N62P, owned by JL Downey from Prattville, Alabama. Those places again for Class 5 go 412, 65 scratch, 783. Next in the ring we have Class 6 and would like to thank Cross Mountain Cattle as your Class 6 sponsor. As we're going through the day, and we'll announce several times, if you didn't have a chance last night, the table pieces that were at the banquet, these catch pin blocks, these are from, if you hadn't heard the story, it's pretty neat. This is the first catch pins in Ottawa County, Kansas, that were put up in the 1940s. And they were there for when they shut down the rail depot. And we do have them engraved by Walmart Charlet, and they're pretty neat if you haven't had a chance to get one. They are asking for a $50 donation to the AIJCA for one. So if you would like one of these pretty neat take-home mementos from an outstanding week here in Hutch, please come see us up on the announcer's stand and take one of these home.
Took a little extra time on this class. I had to walk them a couple times because the first time that they came in, I didn't really get a good look at all of them because they were strung out so much. And, you know, there's a lot of differences in this class, and I think the first two heifers match up pretty well. The young man's heifer that's going to lead off the class, again, to me, is just the one that balances up, the one that's got the most compositionally good to her in my mind. Is she the longest bodied one? Probably not. But she does this balance up so good, really good off her front too, and I think that she's neat out through her shoulder. She's angular enough to the way she's put together. She's got a little bit of extra look to her. You know, if we change her, we'd maybe just soften her out over her center portion of her spine as she gets out and goes, but I don't think that that's too big of an issue in my mind. The heifer that comes out next is another one I like a lot. I think she's long-sided and long-bodied. I think she's not quite as cool when she gets out and goes as the one that wins the class. Young lady gets her stuck there and just put a really good profile. I think that's a good pair on your top end. The young man's heifer here that comes out in third is really intriguing to me because she is the power heifer of the class. She's got probably the most center dimension, probably the most muscle to her, but with that, she's one that comes up just a nickel short in her stride. She doesn't want to hit on all four corners quite as well as I'd like to see her. I'd maybe change that one when we look at her out through her front 1/3, but I'd just like to change her just as she gets out and goes. But boy, they got her chiseled in, and really a good heifer that's going to wind up in third. A different one is the heifer here in fourth, a little bigger in her outline as you get off the side of her, big bodied. She doesn't transition from her shoulder into her forerib quite as nicely. She's a little rounder shouldered when you get off to the side and you get in front of her and you look at when she comes at you. But I love her depth, I love her dimension. I think she's going to be a tremendously good cow. The heifer that comes out next is one that's long-sided, long-hipped. She's a little frailer about her condition today relative to those cattle above her. I'd change this one when she gets out in motion. She wants to lift up in her hook and just really gets a little bit uncoordinated about her top line as she goes out and goes. Presents a really nice picture from the side. When you look at her from her shoulder back, we'd give her just a nickel more angulation to her shoulder. The heifer that comes out next is one, again, as I talk about cattle that just don't really transition quite as well, this is another one. And I think as she goes on and matures, deepens up in her rear flank to match that center portion of body that she has, I think we're going to like her quite a bit better because the heifer is pretty agile and gets out and goes pretty nicely. I just need to make her balance up a little better. The heifer that comes out next is a real heifer that's not real heavily conditioned, but boy, she draws a really good outline, extremely up-headed, good out of the top side of her shoulder, got some shape from behind for as green as she is, got some natural shape. We need to just blend her from her forerib back or into her forerib a little better and deepen her up. The deeper heifer comes out next, but isn't quite as neat out through her front 1/3. She isn't quite as feminine looking. We like her in terms of just her maternal look. I just maybe change her and make her just a little more fresh looking, make her just a little more eye appealing, lengthen her out in her side just ever so slightly. A little longer sided one does complete the class, a longer necked one certainly. We just need to give this one a little more time, give her a little more punch. I think that she doesn't transition into her forerib and her body cavity quite as well as those cattle above her. We need to just give her a little more punch and give her a little more time. I think that's a good heifer, a very complete class, a lot of differences in there, and I think there's a lot of variation. Good class. Give them a good round of applause.
In Class 6, first place goes to entry number 453, NCC GS Miss Tot 0112, owned by Luke Short from Taylorville, Illinois. Second is entry number 448, RF Miss Duchess 5405 ET, owned by Evelyn Clark, Lecompton, Kansas. Third is 450, OBG Elvira N511, owned by Stockton Scott from Miami, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 460, RF Miss Duchess 5404 ET, Sarah McCown from Valley Center, Kansas. Fifth goes to 452, Crutcher WIA Firefly 505, owned by Ryan Crutcher from Fairgrove, Missouri. Sixth place goes to 456, WGB WC Miss Brenda 553P ET, owned by Alex Barnard from Foosland, Illinois. Seventh is entry 458, Barron's Lady Ridge ET, owned by Sarah Barron, Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Eighth place is entry number 454, JKR Kittles G521, owned by Delilah Wantalk from Colfax, Wisconsin. And ninth place is 777 CCC Fruit Feathers Kiss 553, owned by Xana Cassatt from Webb City, Missouri. Those places again for Class 6 go 2 scratch, 3 scratch 9, 5-1, 8-6 scratch, 7-4. Next in the ring we have Class 7, and would like to thank our Class 7 sponsor is Jets Cattle Company. For those of you following along in the show programs in the seats and on the internet, we do have an addition to this class that wasn't in the show program. Entry number 790 is Corks Arc Fancy 2560 and is owned by Atlee Kleiman from Wentworth, Missouri.
Well, we're kind of slowed down quite a bit in this class, and you know, I tell you, there are some really good cattle in this class all the way through. And this young man that came out that's going to win our class, the young man up there in the front, is just the one that again, to me, is the most balanced, the most complete one. You know, when she came out, she just sets their leg down so good, and you know, for some people she might be a nickel two coon footed, but I think where Kelly and I live, I think we can certainly use that kind. When you get off to the side and you look at these top three heifers, I think she's certainly the one that balances up the best. She's the deepest in her rib cage from her forerib back. I think she's a heifer that's got a little extra power when you get behind her. When I get behind this heifer, I just see so much explosion to her top and down to her hip. She carries her thickness down, but still really elegant and still feminine up to her front 1/3. I think that she's just really the combination one that we have to get out here. This next young man's heifer is one, when she gets out and goes, I like her a lot because she stays quite a bit stronger in her top line. But when she gets there and gets relaxed, she wants to get this little bowie in her top. But man, you look at her in terms of her rib shape and the way she's put together from the side, you just love her. I just tone her down a little bit, the way she wants to get elevated out to her hip when she goes out and goes. You get behind her is where she doesn't quite catch up to the heifer that wins the class. She's a little flatter in her muscle shape than the heifer that wins, but just a really good one. This third one is because of her front. I think that she needs just a little more angulation to her shoulder. I think with that, she doesn't blend into her forerib quite as nicely, but boy, that's a really nice one. It gets the wheels shown off of her, and the young lady gets her stuck so well. Just a highly competitive one. This next one's one I like a lot on the standstill. She troubles me a little bit off her front too when she gets out and goes. I'd like to maybe change her out to her hip just ever so slightly. Really, really good heifer and an awfully good class. The next one is a little more moderate in her side, or in her kind. She gets a little rounder out of her hip when you look at her way her tail head sets in her. She get a little rounder about her shoulder. We deepen her up just a little bit and drop her down in her flank. I think we like that one quite a bit better. This next heifer is one that I struggled a little bit with. When she first walked in, I didn't really care for her all that. And then this young man got her over here on the rail, and she just kind of kept working her way up farther in the class to me, because she is one that I think, as you see her in time, I think when that one gets going and gets some more gas in her, gets blown apart a little bit, I think that one's going to be really good, because she's ultra cool necked and ultra cool at the ground. Really good off those rear too, the way she sets down at the ground. The next heifer's a little bit rounder shouldered, a little bit rounder in her hip. We change that about her. She's pretty good at the ground. I just like to refine her in those places. The next heifer's one doesn't balance up quite as well for me. Out of her forerib and her chest floor, she just gets a little narrower about her, the way she's built up through her flank. Drop her down in her flank and give her just a little more look. We like that one. Big bodied one that's got a lot of center dimension. It's got a lot of growth to her. That comes out next, and I appreciate that about her. She just doesn't have quite the look and the pizzazz of the heifers above her today, but I think that one's certainly got a lot of time. She's another one. I think as she stops growing and matures and she quits going up, I think it's one we're going to like a lot. The two heifers that complete the class are just really good cattle. They just need more punch and just a little more time. They need a little more condition and shape to get them up competing higher in this particular class. I think extremely good, very competitive class. Thank you, exhibitors, for putting up with a little extra time out here. Congratulations to them all, and give them a good round of applause.
In Class 7, first place is entry number 466, Soul Shelley 5800 in, owned by John Davis III from Ivor, South Carolina. Second place is 471, WGB WC Miss Brenda 552P ET, owned by Luke Short from Taylorville, Indiana. Third is 473, Schrader's Miss Nancy 5403N ET, owned by Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Fourth place is 464, JAB Lollipop 533 Polled, owned by Breeze Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Fifth place is entry 790, Corks Arc Fancy 2560, owned by Atlee Kleiman from Wentworth, Missouri. Sixth is entry number 465, TR Miss Relief 5767N ET, owned by Tilden Smith from Altus, Oklahoma. Seventh goes to 470, JS Lady Victoria 572 PLD, owned by Madison Rump from Burton, Kansas. Eighth place goes to 461, DCC Miss Porsche 2537, owned by Aiden Wall from Thrall, Texas. Ninth place goes to 469. FH Miss 4003, Berkeley 5554 ETP, owned by Lily Malott from Holbert, Oklahoma. 10th goes to 463. TR Miss Mayfield 5689N TW, owned by Branch Geiger from Sylvan Grove, Missouri. And 11th goes to 468. SCH Sweetheart 5295P ET, owned by Zachary Schnelly from Beatrice, Nebraska. Those places again for Class 7 go 8, 10, 465, 1, 11, 9, 7, 2, scratch 3. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 2, and would like to thank Outfront Cattle Service as your Division 2 champion sponsor, with your reserve sponsored by Jets Cattle Company.
Got a nice division, and took a little extra time on this one, a couple bigger classes, and I just think some really high quality cattle in this particular division from one end to the other. And I think certainly these exhibitors deserve a round of applause. If you would give them a big round. I think in this particular division we had some class winners that certainly fit the bill, and there's some differences, and we're going to have that as we go through the day. And honestly, you know, I don't think that there's one out there that's just the absolute you got to have. I think that sometimes we just got to kind of put things together and kind of go with the flow on the cattle that you like. I like them to be sound. I like them to be good bodied. I like them to have some shape. I like them to have some muscle. These heifers, I like them at this age to look like females. And I think that's what we have out here in our particular classes. This first class heifer, the heifer that won this first class, just really cool in her kind. A deep-bodied one that's still got some shape and still got some muscle. Ultra cool necked and ultra cool headed. Really, really good at the ground and gets out and really goes well. I like that so much about that heifer. It just paints such a really, really nice picture. A little outlier is the one that's in the second class. She's a little different mold than the cattle on either side of her, but in that particular class, I just thought that she was the one that put the most good together. I thought she was the one that had the most balance. She's the one that had the most shape when you got behind her and you looked out over her top, and the way she lays into her pin set, I thought was just really good. She's not as ultra neat out through the bottom of her neck and her chest as a couple of the others, but boy, I think that one sure got a good look to her. The young man here who's circling, a big bodied one that's got a little extra stoutness to her, maybe compared to the one in front of her. Big bodied, and I think that heifer's got just a world of good to her. I like her, and certainly she's one in contention because of the way she gets out and goes. I think it's extremely good. The young man's heifer that won that last class, I thought that was a very competitive class. Extremely big bodied one, again, that we talked about, just extremely muscular and got some shape. When you look at her, she's maybe not quite as unique and refined about her neck and her shoulder as a couple of the others, but boy, you know, for me and like the way my wife and I like them, she sets down at the ground really well, and I like that quite a bit about her. But there's one that just kind of puts it all together. She's maybe a little bit of an outlier out here, but I'll go show you the one I like the best today. Give them a good round of applause. Extremely good division.
Your division champion goes to entry 428, RF Miss Mora 5415 ET, owned by Libba Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Your reserve division champion goes to entry 453, NCC GS Miss Tot 0112, owned by Luke Short, Taylorville, Illinois. And your third out goes to entry 466, Sol Shelley, 5800 in, owned by John Davis III, Ivor, South Carolina.
Nice class as we get on into our next division. Young lady here with heifer, I think her name must be Dallas. Is her name Dallas? Got a really nice heifer, just real basic kind of heifer in her build and her type. Really good headed neck, one that still goes back and's got enough body, enough shape to get her up there. Not a huge amount of numbers obviously in this class, but certainly a heifer that could stand a lot of competition. A heifer that comes out next, another one that's a little larger in her outline. A heifer that's really nice in her lines. She's again one that just needs a little more time, needs to deepen up just a bit more to get her up over the heifer that wins the class. Good pair of heifers. Give them a good round of applause.
For Class 8, first place goes to 475, FH Miss 4003, Montella 5549, ETP, owned by Madeline Malott from Holbert, Oklahoma. Second goes to 474, VCR Miss Sugar Cookie 2503P, owned by Bentley Holt, Lake Preston, South Dakota. Next in the ring, we have Class 9 and would like to thank Thousand Hills Cattle Company as your Class 9 sponsor.
think we got a good class of July heifers here, and you know, when we first walked in, I liked this one as one I got gravitated to at first, and then I tried to pick her apart, and I still think that she's the one that needs to win the class, because I think when you analyze all things together, she's the one that fits the bill the most for me. Really good in her front 1/3. I think when you get behind her, you know, she maybe doesn't have quite the punch from behind as the heifer that's in second, but I like her hip. I like the way her hip's designed a little bit better, and I like her a little bit better out through her front 1/3. She's a longer sided, longer hipped one, and I just I appreciate that about her. She gets out and goes for that extra length and hits her stride really well, and just a very complete kind of a female. A little more power probably in the one in second, and I guess, you know, to me, if I could change that one off her front two, change her in the way her shoulder's designed, I like her quite a bit better. I like her power. I do like her extra balance of muscle added with that depth. I just change her in that regard and make her a little neater off her front 1/3. Real Cali looking one is in third here. That to me, if we could change her and just make her a little more refined and a little more feminine out through her front 1/3 and her neck and the way she comes out of her shoulder. If she would elevate out of the top side of her shoulder a little bit better, we'd like her quite a bit better, because it doesn't add to her symmetry the way she's built there. Like her depth of body. I like her out through her hip. I think you got a really good maternal looking cow down the road. This next heifer's one that from her hooks forward, I like her quite a lot. She gets a little bit rounder for me. I'd like to lift her up in her pen set and change the way her tail head transitions into her. But I think, again, a heifer that's really, really nice, good class here. The heifer that completes a class. Another heifer that's got some look to her. She just doesn't balance up quite as well, I guess. And I think a little bit that's probably hair and condition. And I think those things will obviously come with time, because the heifer is good in her lines, built pretty good. She needs to get changed just a little bit as she goes out and goes. She's a little bit straighter off her shoulder. She wants to get pushed out in her knee some. Change that about that one, and she moves up. Good class. Give them a round of applause.
In Class 9, first place goes to 481 SJT Miss She's So Fancy, owned by Bracken Thane from Altoona, Utah. Second place is 482 DR White Satin 2035, Shayla Dismukes from Chakota, Oklahoma. Third place goes to 486 WD Cool Whip 44N, owned by Shane Plotz from Friendship, New York. Fourth place is 483 WGB Miss Southern Mamie 550P, owned by Madison Borg from Concord, Nebraska. And fifth place is entry 480 OC New Possibilities 507N ET, owned by Lucy Yee from Perry, Georgia. Placings again for Class 9 go 5, 1, 2, 4, scratch 3. Next in the ring, we have Class 10, and would like to thank Walmart Engraving as your Class 10 sponsor.
Young man, you'll be class winner, okay? Good class of heifers here, and quite a bit of contrasting pair. I'm going to use the heifer that's the bigger bodied one that the young man has here nearest me. I think, you know, you just look at her again. We talk about balance and the composition of these cattle, just really put together extremely well. I think that young man's got her out here and got her really just spot on the way he gets her stuck out here, and that certainly helps with that heifer's look. But you know, when you look at her, she blends and transitions from her head back all the way through her rib cage really well. Just a big centered bodied one that is very complete. Young man's heifer that comes out next, really a powerfully designed one that's got some performance. I like that about her. She's got a notch extra shape and power from behind, and we like that about her. Relative to the heifer in front of her, she's not quite as neat out through her hip, not quite as neat and refined up through her neck and her chest, but I think that's a real good cow in the making for this young man. Good pair. Give him a good round of applause.
In Class 10, first place is entry 493 STR SKS Paparazzi 506, owned by Theron Skeens from Gainesville, Texas. And second is entry 491 SCF EDC Jade, owned by Elijah D. Hahn from Lamont, Missouri. Again, for Class 10, it goes scratch, scratch, 2-1 scratch. Next in the ring, we have Class 11, and would like to thank Fancy Creek Charlet as your Class 11 sponsor. Luke Short, if you can hear me anywhere in the barn, we have found your wallet. Have it upstairs or up here with me on the block. But again, Luke Short, if you're anywhere within earshot, we've got your wallet up here.
Good class of May heifers here, and an interesting class. I think, again, not to sound like a broken record, but really high quality cattle all the way through this particular class and this age division. To me, we got one that just kind of comes out, got the bells and whistles, still got enough shape, still got enough look, got enough body, ultra cool looking when she gets out and goes. And when you get her on a profile and park standing still, boy, that one really draws a picture to me. I love her outline. I just love the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Just a really good built one. This next heifer, this young man led her in a class, and I thought, boy, that's a daggone nice heifer, and she is. Well, the contrast in the pair is that she's a little longer bodied probably, and that maybe hurts her just a nickel because she's not quite as deep in her carriage. She's not quite as deep back through her flank, but man, you start studying this one at the ground and just the way she's built. She's extremely wide based. I like that about her. She's extremely soft when you put her in motion. I just give that heifer a little more oomph in her forerib and maybe just drop her down in her flank a little bit. She's not as highly conditioned as that one that wins the class, but boy, that one there has got a lot of good to her. Power heifer here in third. Big bone, big footed one that's got some shape and extra muscle. To me, she doesn't set in her pin set quite as nicely as the two cattle above her. She's a little more rigid about her shoulder, not quite as neat about her front 1/3 relative to those first two, but I think that's an awfully good heifer to find that third hole in this particularly good class of cattle. Little flatter made one comes out in fourth, but I like this one because she is flexible in her type and kind. She's good in her body shape, and when you get behind her, you love the extra dimension that she has to her rib. She's a little flatter, honestly. If we could give her a little more punch like those ones above her, we move her up because she is ultra cool in her look. She's good on the way she gets out and goes. She maybe wants to hawk in just a nickel, but that's an awfully good one. The young man's heifer comes out next is one that I like a lot. This young man has obviously put the scrub brush to her because she's shining like a new penny. But, to me, you get behind her, she gets a little bit narrower base than the cattle above her, and that's something from the stands that you can't really see. She doesn't really paint as nice a picture when you look at her up over her top line. She wants to drop in her top just a little bit behind her shoulder. Not quite as pleasant to look at as maybe some of those others, but we changed that about her. This next heifer standing still, I like the power and the body and the build in this one. She needs to get softer at the ground off those rear two for me. I'd like to just make her more flexible, and with that, when you start really trying to pick her apart, a little heavier chested, just a little more coarser made, you change her off her front two just to knock a nickel also. A real basic heifer that comes out next is one that I like quite a bit standing still. She troubles and struggles just a little bit. As she gets out and goes, I'd like to free her up just ever so slightly, maybe lengthen her out to her front 1/3 just to make her a little more refined, a little more neat about her neck and her chest. The next heifer has that look up to her front 1/3. She wants to get off in her stride just a little bit. She wants to dick down in her pin set and lift up in her loin, and I change that about that particular heifer. The next young lady's heifer is one that's got some shape and got some muscle. Probably for me, we trim her up in her underline just a little bit, take some of that navel and take some of that brisket off of her, and chest, we change her. In that regard, we move her up because she is big and powerful and broody. The next young man's heifer, really refined, good in her line. She needs to be better off her front two and maybe get just a little more flexible and athletic off her rear two as well. Then the heifer that completes the class, the young ladies had a kind of a tough time here with this one that's wanting to fight her. But I think this is a good basic kind of a female that's got some real maternal in her, big bodied. She just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well and as relaxed. But I think the young lady's done an extremely good job bringing her out here today and keeping her composure. Give them a good round of applause. Good class of May heifers.
Your results for Class 11, first place goes to entry 499, RF Miss Mora 5308, ET, owned by Brooke Polzine from Darwin, Minnesota. Second is 498, MSL Miss Journey 11, owned by Sean Lifesti from Cameron, Texas. Third place goes to 502 MSL Miss Karina 10, owned by Mason Life Festi from Cameron, Texas. Fourth place goes to 508 Flowers Baby Flow 194N, owned by Hayden Eagle from Fountain City, Indiana. Fifth is 497 Naughton's Addy 58N, owned by Reed Naughton from Atlanta, Illinois. Sixth goes to 496 PF Miss Barbara 5036 ET, owned by Chloe Briggs from Chariton, Iowa. Seventh goes to 507 BE Ziva 425, owned by Isabella Yark from Libertyville, Illinois. Eighth is 752 JKR Kokomo G520, owned by Gabriella Wantock from Colfax, Wisconsin. Ninth goes to 504 DF Miss Melania 902M, owned by Katie Lee Grove from Washington, Illinois. 10th goes to 501 PHSC Clara 6N, owned by Parker Haddon in Reelsville, Indiana. And 11th is entry number 505 HL Diablos Miss Finley, owned by Emery Mingarelli from Hepler, Kansas. Those places again for Class 11 go 6, 521, 810, 39, 11, 74. Next in the ring we have Class 12, and would like to thank J.K. Charlet Ranch as your Class 12 sponsor. Also, if you've not yet picked up your raffle tickets, we will be drawing our raffle during Grand Drive. And we've got some tickets up here on the block if you'd like, or please find Megan as she's making her rounds. But the tickets are $20 a piece, or you get 10 of them for $100. We will be drawing for a grand prize, which is a pallet of Repro Max Mineral donated to us from VitaFirm. The reserve prize will be MVE XC20 Semen Tank, and our third prize will be a Hella Hair package donated by Hella Hair and J&A Charlet. So be sure to come find us up here or grab Megan as she's out and about and get your raffle tickets. Again, we will make that drawing during the Grand Drive. If anybody comes across a dual stone turquoise and ruby ring, we had a young lady that left her ring on this south bathroom in the cattle barn. So if anybody does come across it, please bring it up to us or on the announcer stand, and we sure appreciate it.
Good class of big heifers again, and I commend you young folks for bringing out such a good group, and I'm sure you've had a good week here at the Char Cup, and this is kind of the last day, I think, and so it makes for a long week, but I commend you, because I know what it's like to have to put up with all the stuff for a junior national week, and so to come out here and not win a class or not be in the top 3 or 4, I know is a little disheartening sometimes. But this is a really good class. To me, this was an easy one on our class winner. I thought that heifer, when she hit the green shavings right here, I thought she was really the one that came to the top in terms of just her balance and her composition. I think when you start studying her from her head back, I think she puts so many good things together. She's the best at the ground when she gets out and goes, and that's where we build them from, and I like that so much about her. She's got enough body, she's got enough muscle, she's got enough shape, and when you get behind her, she's intriguingly wide shaped in her pin set. I read a lot of maternal into her. Good heifer, congratulations. This young man just keeps getting mileage out of this heifer. She's not the most of anything out here. She's extremely good when she gets out and goes. She's good-footed, she's good at the ground, she's good in her basic form and function, and that's why she finds the second hole for me. She's a heifer. If I could change her anything, I'd like to just change her tail head set. I'd like to maybe just soften her up the way she blends in her tail set into her pin set. If we change that about her, I like her more. She's not quite as deep ribbed and not quite as bells and whistly as the one that wins the class, but that's an awfully good heifer. Really, really good, balanced and complete. Here's the power one, no doubt about it. When you talk about performance and whatnot, this is the one that certainly have to gravitate to. To me, we need to change her from, she's good from her shoulder back. I don't like the way this heifer's built up through her front 1/3 1/3 very well. I just need to make her better in her shoulder. I need to make her softer in the way she's designed down through her chest floor. I love her bigness and boldness and stoutness. If we could soften her up just in that regard, maybe set down at the ground just a little more nicely, we move that one up because she is really good. This heifer, it comes out. Boy, I like this one in her lines a lot when she's standing still. She wants to get just a nickel uncoordinated when we put her in motion. But boy, when you look at them from the side, out through her hip and through her symmetry that she has in terms of depth of body and the way she's built, you like that one quite a bit. I need to change her in terms of her motion. Wants to get a little higher in her top, not quite as soft out through her skeleton to move her up. This next one, this young lady has got a really intriguing one to me, this yellow colored heifer. I think her better days are down the road because she's one of the greener cattle out here. And again, and I've said this about a few of these cattle today, she's got really good parts and pieces. And I think, young lady, as this one goes on and gets mature and you get her farther along in calf, I think you're going to have one that's certainly going to stand a whole lot more competition and probably stand up higher in a class because she is really good in her basic build. She just doesn't come together quite as well for me today. The next young lady's heifer is a bigger, stouter, higher performing one that gets just a little wider, a little bit outside of herself sometimes. I'd like to change her out through her front 1/3. She gets just a little wide coming off those front two for me, but I like her when she's standing still from her shoulder back, really long and level out through her hip. A little larger outline than the one that comes next, and I appreciate that about this young lady's heifer. I'd give her just a nickel more length to her front 1/3. I'd maybe make her just a little more feminine looking out through her head and her neck to match the way the rest of her body is composed. Then the heifer, it completes the class, a deep sided one that's got some body. She's got some maternal look to her. She needs to be cleaned up in her underline just a nickel. We maybe give her just a little more strength as we look at her down through her lower stifle and through her quarter. But a heifer, I think, in terms of body build, just depth of body, maternal look, really a good one to complete a nice class of heifers. Give them a good round of applause if you would.
In Class 12, first place goes to 510 PF Miss Megan, 5031, owned by Jillian Stone from Clinton, Missouri. Second place goes to 520 Walmart Miss Emphasize, 523P, owned by Isa Marston from Canton, Kansas. Third place is entry 517 Soul Shelley, 5715N, owned by Guinevere Bowman from North Salem, Indiana. Fourth goes to entry 513 Big Creek Megan, 507P, owned by Oakley Shane from Holt, Missouri. Fifth place goes to entry 518 WCKP Elvira, 5186P ET, owned by Kendall Poyster from Richmond, Missouri. Sixth goes to 519 TR Miss Legacy, 5652N, owned by Ashlyn Farney from Sterling, Kansas. Seventh is 515 JS Lady Destiny, 557 PLD, owned by Raylyn Rump from Burton, Kansas. And eighth goes to 512 SCR Miss Sovereign N5707, owned by Laura Sonderup from Fullerton, Nebraska. Those places again go going back a page, it goes scratch, 1 scratch, 847 3562. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division III, and would like to thank Cross Country Genetics as your Division III sponsor.
Outstanding division here in our Division III, and we bring our class winners and our seconds back out. I think, again, we got some heifers that are really good. This first class, just a couple in that particular class, but certainly a heifer that represents that age well, and I think a heifer that's got a lot of future to her, and I think this young lady has got one that's going to make a really nice cow in the making. The next class, heifers that was a little bit different for me, you know, the one that won the class I thought was just the one that had the most balance. I think when you get her out here. You like her in her lines. She's really good in terms of the way she's come out of her hip and just laid in so nice in her tail set. I think that one's got a lot of future. Maybe not quite as deep bodied as a couple that we have out here. I think she's got enough rib for this stage of her life. The young man's heifer's an intriguing one, really big and bold sprung. A heifer that, is a little interesting to look at out through her head. It kind of throws me off a little bit, but, that heifer's just really good. When you look at her on the go, she gets out and tracks. She's big bodied, got a little extra shape, a muscle. Young man gets her out here and gets her stuck extremely well. Really good heifer that I think represents that age division extremely well. Then the young lady's heifer that's getting her stopped right now, that's another one that just paints such a good picture, and a silhouette of her is so nice, extremely good in her front 1/3. And as if you'll recall, when that one came in class, I was really gravitated to her. I thought the heifers in 2 and 3 were an awful lot alike each other. This one just kind of stood out to me and being the difference one in that class, and I think that one's really good when we get her out here. Then in that last class, I thought again we had another good class of cattle. I thought we had one that came to the top pretty easily in that one, just in terms of her power and her balance. I think it's an interesting combination that we have out here. I'll go show you the 3 I like the best. Some good seconds over there as well. Congratulate them, the exhibitors and the breeders, on a good group here.
Your division champion goes to entry 499, RF Miss Mora 5308 ET, owned by Brooke Polzine from Darwin, Minnesota. Your reserve division champion, entry number 510, PF Miss Megan 5031, owned by Jillian Stone, Clinton, Missouri. And out of that division, your third out will be entry 498, Sean Lifesti, Cameron, Texas. Next in the ring, as we move into Division 4, this will be Class 13 leading in. And we would like to thank Netsky Show Cattle as your Class 13 sponsor.
Again, apologize, but a really good class, and I think these kids brought this kind of cattle out, and I think you got to give them every opportunity to get them parked the way they want to. I think this is an extremely intriguing class because you know, I struggled honestly on trying to find everything to fit the exact mold that I was trying to get. This first heifer, standing still, man, I love her. I just love her added body. I love the way she blends out of her forerib into the center part of her body. I get behind her. I'm certainly impressed because she's got some shape, she's got some muscle, she's got some base width. You start studying these cattle, and I think, you know, she's probably the biggest footed one that we have out here. She's good in her bone work. She's got a nickel more bone than the one that stands behind her. You know, when she gets in motion, does she hit actually absolutely track for track? No, she doesn't. But boy, they're really, really close. And I don't think that that's a soundness thing. I think that heifer's just extremely long-bodied, extremely long-hipped. And I think that that one is sure good and sure structurally right that can make that transition from show heifer to cow really well. Just a really good heifer, and congratulations on winning a very tough class. The heifer I think that most typically follows her in her type and kind is the 1 and 2. I'd like to make this one a little stronger in her skeleton, just make her a little neater about her back. When she gets there, she gets a little relaxed, as you can see. She wants to just break in her top ever so slightly. The young lady, I told her when she was walking her out here, the heifer wasn't wanting to be her friend because she's kind of pulling back and fighting the halter just a little bit. But when she gets out and goes, you like her really well. And I just think that one's got power and look and needs to be up there in the second hole. Our heifer that comes in third is an intriguing one. And young man, I know what it's like to show one with the cedar in, and it doesn't make anything easier. So that kind of hurts this heifer, and I know you probably can't see it from the stands, but you know, the heifer is probably trying to keep her from getting bred or coming in heat right now. She wants to keep her tail head up, keep her tail out, so it makes her, you got to really kind of study her, but man, she's good in her hip, really, really good in her lines, extremely flexible and athletic as she gets out and goes. I like that about her. You know, she is cool and refined about her neck and her head as those first two, probably not, but certainly a really, really good one. The heifer that comes out and forth is much like her. The difference is when you get behind those two cattle, she's not quite as good down low into her stifle. She doesn't have quite the power of that one above her. I think that's going to be an awfully good pair right there. Good cow. Intriguing heifer here. It comes out next in terms of just body build and whatnot. I like her from her shoulder back. I need to change her about her front 1/3. Gets a little rounder and a little coarser about her shoulder for me. I'd like to change that about her. She wants to just labor a little bit off of both ends as you watch her get out and go. Then the next heifer is much like her in her type and kind. She's a little coarser, a little harder about her muscle shape today, a little deeper about her chest. She's really angular and set into her shoulder pretty good, but her just pushes that chest out a little bit, makes her not quite as eye appealing to me. Then the heifer that comes out next, a little straighter off both ends. I'd like to maybe give her just a notch more flex to her rear leg to give her, she wants to over accentuate that by setting her pastern down so much. I'd just like to maybe give her a little more bend to that hock, maybe give her a little more angulation to her front 1/3. The heifer that comes out next, big bodied, little coarser in the joints, a little coarser in her makeup. Need to make her a little more refined out through her front. Then the heifer that completes the class is the refined one in terms of the way her neck and her head lay into her. She needs to get more body. She needs to blend in from her shoulder to her forerib more appropriately. I think an extremely good class. Certainly a class that I'm going to tell you, not a bad heifer in the class. Give them a big round of applause.
Your results for Class 13, first place goes to 531, Birchie MCC, First Kiss, 5512, PET, owned by AIJCA from Ashton, South Dakota. Second is entry number 532, Henshaw Elsie N39, PLD, ET, owned by Madison Keppen from Volga, South Dakota. Third goes to entry 527, TR Miss Nori 5920N, ET, owned by Eston Hardy from Ryan, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to 529, TR Miss Nola 5919N, ET, owned by Madison Borg from Concord, Nebraska. Fifth goes to 521, PF Miss Betsy 5027, ET, owned by Chloe Briggs from Chariton, Iowa. Sixth goes to 523, TR Miss North 5716N, ET, owned by Cashlyn Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Seventh goes to 524, ZH Angelina Grace, owned by Jordan Campbell from Richmond, Texas. Eighth goes to 528. Bar S Annie, 5812, owned by Ryan Crutcher, Fairgrove, Missouri. Ninth goes to 525. DC NBCC Naomi, 5194, owned by Bo Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. Those places again for Class 13 go 5, 6, 7, 9, 3, 8, 4, 1, 2. Next in the ring, we have Class 14 and would like to thank our Class 14 sponsor of Cross Mountain Cattle.
Oh, wow, what a good class. And I'm going to tell you what this young man here says is going to win the class. I said, I'm making it a little hard on you, aren't I? And he said, ain't nothing in life comes easy. So congratulations, you're exactly right. You know, this heifer that wins a class, I don't know, she might not be everybody's cup of tea. My wife's sitting up there, and I bet she knows that I like her when she walks in, because that's my kind. I mean, I don't have to have them outside of the window at anything. I just like them to be really complete and really good in their lines. I like them to be fresh, and this heifer's really fresh for this time of the year. I think she's just so balanced and so symmetrical in the way she's put together. She's good in her neck. She's good in her front end. She looks so feminine. You get behind her, and she's deceiving to me because the way she's a little slicker coated, but boy, he's got her stuck really good and got her presented extremely well. She's wide enough. When you get behind her, I think she's got enough punch. She's big barreled when you get behind her, extremely big barreled, and more shape to her rib than you would think probably from the side. I love that heifer when she gets in motion. I kept trying to, you know, she's different. She's a different one out here, and I'll be the first one to say that, but I'll take a field full like that. Congratulations, young man. Good heifer. The power one's the next one. She's big bodied, got a ton of center dimension, got a ton of shape when you get behind her. She's not quite as neat out through her shoulder. She's a little rounder shouldered. She's a little plainer headed and a little plainer necked than the one that wins the class. I think she's still good at the ground. I think she's still good on the go. I think that's a good pair of heifers, certainly different in their type. This young man's heifer that comes out next is probably more like the heifer that wins the class. To me, I want to get her, just change her in her front 1/3, just a nickel. I like her though. She gets actually a little bit wide in terms of her base to make her real pleasing to me. I get in front of her and she wants to roll out in her shoulder some. I change that about the heifer. Standing still, you like her quite a bit. She's still got flexibility. Good heifer. Big bodied one again, a little quicker, a little easier conditioned one that comes out here in the 4th hole. I like to lengthen her out and change her out through her front 1/3. We trim some of that excess condition off her maybe, and that changes that one a little bit. Big bodied, got some structure to her that you like. I'd just maybe change her in her front 1/3, make her a little softer in that regard. Young lady's heifer that comes out next is a hard one to read because the heifer's pretty big. She's fighting this young lady. When she gets her over here and gets her stopped and you can get a good read on her, boy, you like that one quite a lot. She's a lot like the heifer in front of her in terms of the way she's designed out through her front end. I think the heifer's got a lot of power. She's big bodied, going to make a super good cow. We change her just a bit if we could just freshen her up out through her chest and down through her neck, make her just a little more eye appealing. The heifer that comes out next is another one that's much like her, big bodied, powerful design one, big barreled, wants to get just a little bit tougher on the move. She doesn't want to get out and go quite as freely as we'd like her, gets a little more rigid about her top, and we soften her up there. Then the next pair of heifers are quite a bit alike. They're cattle that have some length of side, they got some length of body. This one's got just a nickel more power to her. I'd like to make her a little nicer over her top as she gets out and goes. Maybe not make her quite so round out of her tail head. The heifer that comes out with the young man here next is one that's extremely long necked. A heifer that as long necked as she is, we'd like to maybe trim some of that off to make her a little more aesthetic looking, I guess, if you will. Maybe make her a little fresher into her forerib, give her just a little more cushion there and blow her apart just a bit to make her blend in a little better. Long-sided heifer that comes out next needs to be This heifer needs to be loosened up off of both ends and just make her a little more structurally sound off her front 1/3 and give her a little more flex to her hock. Same goes for the heifer that completes the class. Heifer that's good in her lines, long-sided, long-bodied. She needs to be nicer off both ends. She needs to get just a little more angulation to her back wheel and also to her shoulder. But a good heifer to complete a very good class. Congratulations to those young exhibitors.
In Class 14, first place goes to entry 537, HLC Lily 1484, owned by Hayden Sampson from Afton, Tennessee. Second is entry 541, WD 1138 Elvira 18N ET, owned by Drew Creasy from Macomb, Illinois. 546 is in third place with AC MS Now or Never 2547 ET, owned by Parker Buck from Delaware, Oklahoma. Fourth place is entry 535, Lazy H Miss Stella 5110, owned by Maddie Kruger from Bennington, Kansas. Fifth goes to 543, BRCHE MCC Kiss and Tell 5508 PE, owned by Elsie Birchie from Flanagan, Illinois. Sixth place goes to entry 534, Soul Miss Shelley 5670, owned by Guinevere Bowman from North Salem, Indiana. Seventh place goes to 545, AML Cigaro 509, owned by Harper Johansson from Lebanon, Missouri. Eighth place is 544, RF Miss Duchess 5220 ET, owned by Braylon Oliver from Alba, Texas. And ninth place goes to 547, VCR Miss Tootsie Roll 5156P, owned by Hadley Holt from Lake Preston, South Dakota. 10th place goes to 542, SCH Pearl 973P, owned by Ella Schnelly from Beatrice, Nebraska. Those placings again for Class 14 go 641, 210-5, 8739. Next in the ring, we have Class 15, and would like to thank Derek Martin Cattle as your Class 15 sponsor. Those of you following along in our program, we do have an added entry in this class that didn't make the book, and the entry is entry 551 is Walmart Miss Western Girl 516P, and it's being exhibited by Tinley Whitman from Basine, Kansas. So again, we do have an added entry in this class.
Good class again, and you know, quality is really running deep in your show today, and I congratulate you for that, and I commend you to all your exhibitors and breeders, because we brought out a good set of cattle today. Heifer wins the class was the one that I kind of gravitated to when she walked in, and just in terms of her lines, her freshness, and she gets out and goes extremely well. I like that about her. Then when you start studying her, boy, there's a lot of goodness. Heifer, she's balanced up again for me really well. She doesn't have, there's nothing that you just go, wow about this heifer. But man, there's a whole lot of things that you go, yeah, just try to make them like that, because that heifer is really good. She's angular to her front 1/3. She's feminine, still big bodied, got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape, big at the ground. I just like that one quite a lot. You could build a field full of them like that, you're going to have a really good cow herd. The next heifer that's going to come in second here is one that I think is the most like her in terms of the way she's built. I think she's really good in her lines. This heifer is much like the heifer that won the class. Again, really good in her center portion of her body. I like her out through her hip quite a lot. I think when you get them out on the go, she's not quite as neat as she comes off either to rear or front end and put her in motion. But I think that's a really good pair. The third one's a big power kind of a female that you like. Not a little bit rounder in her hip, a little bit rounder in her shoulder, just a little bit coarser in her bone work. But I think really one that just the maternal look of her in terms of her center dimension of her body is so good that she has to find her way up here. A little more conventional one comes in the fourth hole. She's a little more down to the ground, I guess, if you will, probably a little earlier maturing, and that's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I like this heifer in her basic build. I'd change her in her front 1/3 just a little bit to make her match the rest of her body because she's so big rib cage, but just a really nice one to find that fourth hole. This young lady's heifer's giving her a little bit of a fit from her shoulder back. I like this one in terms of her depth, her rib shape. She needs to be neatened up through her front 1/3 a little bit. I'd like to lengthen her out and change her out through her neck, make her just a little more refined and a little more feminine. That next heifer does have that. She is a neater necked one, a little more refined one. It's a little rounder shouldered. She comes off her front two a little awkward for me. I'd maybe blend her in out of her forerib and out of her shoulder into her forerib a little more neatly to move her up. The next heifer is a little less conditioned than some of those above her. Big bodied one, a little harder in the way she handles those rear two. I'd soften her up at the ground just a little bit as you watch her go. You'd like to just put her pastern down a little softer. The next heifer is a long-sided, up-headed, really feminine looking one that just needs more body and more time. Then the heifer that follows her is much like her. We like that one in terms of her length of side, length of hip. She needs to just body down and go on and get more mature. Then the heifer completes a class, nice in her lines, long and level out through her top. Needs to get just a little more shape, a little more condition, a little more power to get her moved up. Good class here all the way through. Again, give them a good round of applause.
In Class 15, first place goes to entry 552, TR Miss Novelty 5912N ET, owned by Isa Marston from Canton, Kansas. Second place is 557, SKS Punchy Pearl 516, owned by Kinley Rankin from Dayton, Texas. Third goes to 555, JFS HF Delta 44 ET, owned by Emily Allen from Lolita, Texas. Fourth place is entry 548, GHC Georgina 5007, owned by Lana Johnson from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth is entry 553, TSSC DTHH Clarice 5128N, owned by Lexi Thomas from Portales, New Mexico. Sixth goes to entry 556, Booley WGB Good Start 2503, owned by Bo Parrish from Starkville, Mississippi. Seventh goes to 549, Barron's Nova, owned by Sarah Barron from Mount Vernon, Kentucky. Eighth place goes to 550, TR Miss Mayfield 5637N, owned by Riker Eschenbaum from Lake Preston, South Dakota. Ninth is entry 554, Rich Rose 18N, owned by Caden Ditloff from Bradshaw, Nebraska. And 10th place is entry number 551, Walmart Miss Western Girl 516P, owned by Tinley Whitman from Basine, Kansas. Those placings again for Class 15 go 4-7, 8-1, 10, which was our added lot, 5-9, 3-6-2, scratch. Next in the ring, we have Class 16 and would like to thank Charley Chatter as your Class 16 sponsor.
Another good class, and apologize there for a minute. We had a little confusion on that last class, and try to be a little more clear here on some of them. But I think we get these cattle out here, got a good pair, it comes to the top. Actually, a really good class all the way through. There's not the one that just that I actually get really pulling to, but I think when you start studying this heifer that's wanting to just not really want to be out here this afternoon or this morning, I think that she just has so much good in her. Really complete. Again, she's balanced really well. She's a heifer that's got enough grow to her, not overly, I don't think she's on the outside of the spectrum of what we need. I think she's a heifer that balances up good from her underline back. A heifer, I get behind her and I watch her go away from me. I like her base width. I think she's got enough width to her pin set. She's good in her tail head. She's certainly better out through her front 1/3 than her heifer that comes in second. I like the way she's laid in her chest floor quite a bit better. The heifer that comes out in second, a little shorter bodied, a little shorter hipped, probably a nickel deeper, and that comes hand in hand really. I like to change that heifer out through her chest, just make her a little nickel neater out through her chest and up through her head and neck. Then we move her up a little bit because I think she's got a lot of good in her, a lot of power. Heifer that comes out next, standing still, I like a lot. I change her the way she places those rear two down. I like her in terms of the way she's put together out through her hip, their length of side, extremely feminine built, and I like that about her. I think even though she's so feminine designed, she's still got enough shape and enough muscle to get her up there in that top trio. Fourth heifer, another one that has got a lot of grow to her. She is a big framed girl, but she's got the added bonus of having enough rib to go with that. I think she's a heifer that when you get behind her, she wants to get just a little narrower. She wants to get just a little flatter compared to those ones that are above her, but I think that's an awfully good heifer. Young man's got another one that's much like that. She's a heifer that's really balanced up pretty good. She's a little more feminine, a heifer that's not quite as heavy structured as those ones above her. I think if we just make her a little stouter featured, we'd move her up, but I think just the way her overall structure and her build is, you got to like her in terms of that. I think she's extremely flexible as she goes. A heifer that's a little coarser about her front 1/3, little rounder out of her hip is this next one. I think she's got good parts and good pieces. I maybe just relax her in the way her shoulder's designed. Big bodied one, a big muscled one that comes out next. She needs to just get freed up. As you watch her, she almost wants to get outside of her skeleton when she goes. If we could change that about this girl, we'd like her just because of her added muscle and her shape. A big heifer that comes out next, it's really deep bodied, but when you get behind her, she doesn't have quite the spring as you'd think she'd have. She's a nickel flatter sided than you'd probably think, but I like this heifer in terms of her body build from the side. Really good in her lines and her structure. I just need to get more heifer from the rear when I'm seeing her go away from me. Then a heifer that completes a class, another one that's good in her lines. She needs to be changed off of both ends, make her a little more athletic off both ends to move her up. Good class of heifers here. Again, give them a good round of applause.
In Class 16, first place goes to 565, TCC Miss America 5159M, owned by Atlee Kleiman from Wentworth, Missouri. Second place is 564, BE Eleanor 315, owned by Macy Hoig from Illinois City, Illinois. 561 is third place with GSC Miss Lena 401N and Reed Groves from Beggs, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to 562, WGB GC Miss Lori 524P, owned by Lily Hinkson from Cottonwood Falls, Kansas. Fifth place goes to 559, OCR Miss Nina N219, owned by Easton Hill from Nunn, Colorado. Sixth place goes to 567, PHSC Sweet Caroline 5N, owned by Emma Perez from Wills Point, Texas. Seventh is entry number 569, PF Miss Stella 5021 ET, owned by Elijah D. Hahn from Lamont, Missouri. Eighth place goes to 566, Lexi's Coconut, owned by Lexi Thomas from Portales, New Mexico. And ninth place goes to 568, JKR Kinsley G512, owned by Broderick Wantock from Colfax, Wisconsin. Those placings again for Class 16 go 53421, 8697 scratch. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 4. Would like to thank the Kansas Junior Charlet Association as the sponsor for your Division 4 champion, with reserve sponsored by Boyert and Core Show Cattle.
Well, I like this division a lot. I got to tell you, I think there's been a lot of good cattle in this division, and I think there's a lot of people that you could kind of sort them however you want to, and that's why their cattle shows. I guess I like the 4 that I got out here quite a lot to represent their individual classes. I think they're really good cattle. I think they're quite a bit similar in their build and their type, and I like that a lot. Maybe a couple of different ones there in second holes on those particular classes, but I think we've got something out here that can really we can really work with. Our Heifer won that first class in this division, real big bodied one that, as we talked about her in class, was she hitting her stride just 100% dead from foot to foot, probably just a little bit short, but sure sound enough. I like that one's hip. I like her out through her body from her forerib back, and she's just balanced up so good. Is she as neat necked as the one behind her? Probably not, but her angles are pretty daggone good. She sits down on the ground with a big foot, as we talked about, and just a really nice heifer that come out of a extremely good class. That second class was a different deal. Like I said, maybe this heifer isn't for everybody because she is and she's not outside there and outside the window just looking for anything crazy and freaky, but what she is really good. So good in her lines and so good in her makeup. That one, when you put that one in motion, man, she just glides. She can really rock it out, and I like that so much about her. I think she's got enough of everything to make a really good cow and just get nothing but better. I think that's a really good package. Young man's got an interesting one that comes out next. She's got just a little bit of pone there behind her when you study her out through her tail head, but she doesn't look conditioned up. I mean, you get on her and she's pretty daggone fresh. She's another one that, boy, you gotta really admire her when she gets out and goes, because she's good in her structure, really, really nice in her joint work, and I like that. She's good at the ground. Her foot's designed right, and that's the thing about this breed of cattle we really got to keep an eye on, and we're trying to make strides to do that. I think this one's good at the ground and just ultra cool in her look, and just obviously one that I like a lot. Then the Heifer won that last class. I thought, again, really a tough class. I can't say that in that particular class there was one that just blew my mind, but I got to say that they were really good cattle from end to end, and I think that one there certainly was the one that came to my mind that fit the most boxes or checked the most boxes. I'm going to give them a real quick look again because I think this is a tough decision. Give them a good round of applause. I'll show you top three. I like them, or the way I like them. Extremely impressive group. Congratulations to you all.
Your Division 4 champion goes to entry 537, HLC Lily 1484, owned by Hayden Sampson from Afton, Tennessee. Isa Marston in entry 552 is your reserve division champion with TR Miss Novelty 5912N ET. Your third out comes out of class 13 and is entry 531, Jake Yeske from Ashton, South Dakota. Next in, as we move into the 5th division, we will have class number 17 leading in the ring, and would like to thank Schrader Ranch as your class 17 sponsor.
get in this division. I think, again, we got another really good class of heifers, and again, all the way through different types and kinds, but certainly some high quality cattle. And I think the heifer that wins the class just kind of puts all those things together again at the ground. She's a good footed one that's good legged, gets out and goes really good and free and easy. I like her in terms of the way she's put together, in terms of a silhouette, really paints a nice picture. She's up-headed, she's good into her forerib, big top, got square. She's square built. Just a really an easy class winner for me. Nice heifer. Congratulations. It gets a little tougher as we get on down through this class, but I think the one that we get in that second hole is the one that most typically follows her. I like this one really well out through her hip. She's really wide pinned and set into her skeleton really good. She's big bodied. She's good at the ground. I think she gets out and goes free enough. I think she's just a heifer that's very, very complete. Not a lot of bells and whistles to that one, but certainly one that's very eye appealing. This next one, if we change her off her front end, she probably gives those first two a little more heat because she is really built good. She's from her shoulder back, she's square top, square belt, got some bone, got some shape, good foot. Just one that, if I could maybe change her out of her front 1/3, I'd like her quite a bit more. This next one's an intriguing one. I'd like to change this one's hoof quite a bit. She really wants to roll on her outside toe quite a lot, and it's pretty easy for me to see that one. I like a lot of things about this heifer, though. She doesn't blend out of her shoulder quite as well, but man, she's up-headed, really good out of the top side of her shoulder. I'd just like to change her in those regards, give her a new running gear underneath in terms of her footwork and the way her bone, way it blends in from her foot into her bone. But a heifer that, that's just where she falls in place for me. A real neat design one from the side here comes out next. She's a little bit flatter than one would think when you get behind her. I'd change her in that regard. She does have a little extra reach off her rear too. I think that's going to stay with her for make her really good in terms of longevity. Here's one that's a little behind the 8 ball in terms of her condition. She's a greener heifer that doesn't have the condition of those cattle above her, but so good in her lines and so true in her build and her makeup. She is extremely long-necked and long-bodied. Still got enough rib to go with that. She needs just a notch more shape from behind to move her up. The heifer behind her does have that extra shape. Like to change this one's foot. Like to change her out through her chest floor just a bit. Make her a little neater and tucked in a little bit better about her brisket. And we'd like her quite a lot more. Our next heifer's one that gets just a little rounder off of both ends for me. I'd like to change her out of her shoulder, make her not quite so round shouldered, maybe not make her quite so round out of her hip. If I could change that in this heifer, I move her up. The young lady's heifer that comes out next, unique one because she's got lots of cool parts and pieces like I've said about some other cattle today. Really, really green. I think, this one, you get some more condition on her and get her bred farther along. I think maybe she'll transition out of her shoulder into a neater package. Then a heifer that wraps up the class, very maternal in her build. She needs to be changed just a bit out of her front end, make her just a little more neat, a little more tidy down through her chest and up through her neck to make her more eye appealing for me. Good class of heifers. Give them a good round of applause.
Your results for Class 17, first place is entry 572, R.J. Judy 5210 in, owned by Addison Sweeney from Vinton, Iowa. Second place goes to 575. BRCHE MCC Bad Baby 5507 PLD, owned by Bevan Birchie from Oneida, South Dakota. Third place is entry 579 BSPGC Miss Charlotte 5005, owned by Kirby Sweeter from Freeman, South Dakota. Fourth goes to 577 TLAC Noreen 2312N, owned by Elise Thane from Altoona, Utah. Fifth place goes to 576 DC NBCC May 585, owned by Elizabeth McDowell from Frostproof, Florida. Sixth is entry number 573 LJR Miss Nova 4121 NET, owned by Cashlin Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Seventh is 574 PF Patty 5017 ET, owned by McKenna Rankin from Dayton, Texas. Eighth place goes to 770 RF Miss Duchess 5121 ET, owned by Madison Halub from Caldwell, Texas. Ninth is 571 MCC Miss Tatiana 2531, owned by Josie Hecht from Grove City, Minnesota. And 10th place goes to 767 Bar S Annie 5808, owned by Hayden Gonzalez from Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Those placings again for Class 17 go 9-1, 6-10-7, 2-5-4-8-3. Next in the ring, we have Class 18 and would like to thank Thousand Hills Cattle Company as your Class 18 sponsor.
What a good class of heifers. And again, I commend you young folks. And I told this fellow over here that I apologize for him getting pulled in first, because that's a good heifer, young man. And I promise you, you keep that one around and she's going to make you some money down the road. And we'll talk about her here a little further. You know, I got to tell you, when this real white one walked in, I thought, well, there's our class winner, because, man, that really bright white grabs you, and you just got to study it. And I'm like, wow, that's a good heifer. And then when we were walking them here a while ago, I kept liking this heifer a young lady's got, and she got here and she parked that thing, and I was like, woohoo, holy moly, that thing is impressive. Then they're different. There's no doubt. That one's bigger bone. She's stouter featured. This one's cooler neck, cooler looking. I'm not going to say cooler looking, just different. Probably a little more refined. You know, you start nitpicking. This one's flatter in her udder shape. She's better in her teats. She's probably going to make a cow that's got maybe a better udder. That's speculating. But man, when she got her parked over here and then we walked them again, that power, she's just got more power. She's not overly powerful, but she's got enough. She's big substance, big bodied. You know, her neck comes out high. Her head is cool. Not really crazy neck like this back one, but man, just such a good package. Congratulations. Good pair of heifers. I think you showed your way into that one. Congratulations. That's a good job. This heifer, it comes out second. You know, like I said, when she walked in here, I thought, boy, that's my one. That's my class winner, because she is ultra cool, and she's a lot like maybe the heifer that won that first division, if you go back and think about them and the way she's built. She is so ultra refined up through her front end that you get a little bit, you start looking at her and think, well, to have that kind of front end, could she have enough shape? You know, she's not as powerfully designed as the one that just won the class. She's got enough shape, folks. There's plenty of bulls that can add pump to them, and that's always the thing that Kelly and I talk about at home, is that if you can make them really good like that, you can. There's a ton of bulls you can breed them to. Congratulations on a good heifer. And really, I got nitpicky on her udder. Her udder tilts up, and her rear teeth set up a little bit higher, and I just changed that about that heifer. But that's the thing. When you get in this level of competition, you got to look for those extra things. Good heifer here, and I apologize to this young lady, because I stuck her in fourth, and I walked behind him and I looked at her again. I usually don't change my mind, because I'm just kind of like that. But this heifer's really good. She's more like the heifer that wins the class than anything out here, probably, in terms of the way she's built at the ground. She's big and solid in her bone work. She's big and big-bodied, and got some shape and some muscle. And I just think that she's a really good heifer. She just doesn't have quite that pizzazz as those first two, but I think, man, that's a good heifer to be stuck in third. This next one, intriguing heifer. She doesn't balance up quite as well when you start studying her. She's a little deeper about her chest. She gets a little bit higher about her flank. We change that about her. We move her up, because she is big topped. You get on top of this one and study her, man, that one's wide topped and just got a world of shape to her. This young lady, it comes out, this one's a cow prospect here in the making, little heavier chested than the ones in front of her, but big bodied, square built, pretty good heifer. And just like I told this young man here that completes the class, that's a shame, and I hated to pull him out first to complete the class, because that's a cow in the making, young man, and she's pretty good in her running gears, big bodied. She's a little shorter sided, a little shorter hip than those ones ahead of her. I think she's going to be a moderate, easy keeping money maker for that old boy. Congratulations, good class.
Your results for Class 18, first place is entry 585. TR Miss Nora 5907N ET, owned by Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Second place, entry number 582, Culp Abby 5037 ET, owned by Kirby Coons from Lakin, Kansas. Third place goes to 586, FFF Chardonnay 5134, owned by Katie Hazemer from McLeod, Oklahoma. Fourth place is 587, TR Miss Nova 5908N ET, owned by Cashton Oshner from Pall Mall, Tennessee. Fifth place is entry 583, DMC Miss Carbine 1505, owned by Aubrey McCurry from Hutchinson, Kansas. And sixth place goes to 584, OCR Miss Nene N176, owned by Sutton Hill from Nunn, Colorado. Those places again for Class 18 go scratch, scratch, 256134. Next in the ring, we have Class 19 and would like to thank the Kansas Charlet Association as your Class 19 sponsor.
really good in a good class, and you know, not to sound like a broken record, but I will, because this is a good class all the way through, and this class is a little bit tougher because, you know, if one of these big kids had a hold of this heifer that's going to win the class, she wins easy, I think, because when he got her over here and got her stopped and gets that head up, changes the front end of this heifer immensely. It just changes the whole heifer, actually. And when she's walking, she's wanting to be all deadheaded. She's sound as a dollar, I can promise you. I bet you turn that one out and she could just run 100 miles and feel good about it. But when he gets her like that, I think it's a no-brainer, and I think it's a no contest. And the young man is doing an exceptionally good job. You know, when you start studying this heifer, again, from the ground up, she's good in her bone work, she's good in her foot, she's good in the way she's built and made. I like her out of her front end really, really well. She stays correct about her top line more than the heifer in second. She stays more level and more true from her shoulder back to her hip. And I like that about her. She's better in her chest than her heifer in second. She's got just enough belly. She's got enough look to her to make her a class winner. And again, I think one of these big kids gets a hold of that one, and it's a no-brainer. Good calf, good job, nice job, young man. This young man, I told him he's representing his state well, because if you recall, he brought one out earlier that won a division, and this heifer's a little different than that one, obviously. I like this one's body, and honestly, if she didn't run downhill quite so much, I'd like her a nickel more. She really wants to just go straight down. She's a little more early and quicker in her maturity pattern than the heifer that maybe wins the class. That's okay. We need them all. That heifer's good in her build, good in her body. If she just didn't run quite downhill so much, I make it a tighter race, and it's a tight race. That's a good pair of cattle, little different. This young man heifer that comes out in third is pushing it just a little bit in terms of her condition out through her chest and her neck. If we slimmed her down there, man, that's a big-bodied, slick-haired one that's got shape, got muscle. She's good at the ground. She gets out and travels. She looks like she's going to have a really nice udder. I think an extremely good prospect. I think in most circles, that heifer gets up and is really hard to compete with. Good heifer. Congratulations. And the same goes for this heifer. She's different than all three of the ones above her. She was the shorter-sided, shorter-hipped one of that quartet of heifers. This young lady does an extremely good job of getting her parked out here, gets everything out of her. When you start analyzing her in an undercarriage, she wants to tuck up in her flank just a little bit compared to those ones ahead of her. Doesn't balance out quite as well, but man, she's good at the ground and goes on and travels. This next heifer, she got off better off her front too. I'd like her quite a bit better, because on the standstill, you like her. She's long-bodied, got some muscle, got some shape. She needs to just travel and be neater. She needs to just change the angulation of that front end and maybe set her just a little different on a hawk and pass her to move her up. The next heifer, deep-bodied, long-sided, long-hip, just needs to be a little more blown apart. When you get behind her, she gets a little bit narrower base. We just give her a little more shape to get her up higher. Then this next heifer, long-sided, long-necked, again, one that just doesn't quite fit together today. We need to give her pieces just need to fit together better. Then the heifer that comes out here is one that's got big. She's a big-bodied one that's got lots of shape. She just needs to match up from front to rear a little better. Big-ended, just a little more uncoordinated in the way she goes. Congratulations, good class.
In Class 19, first place goes to 593, WGB FCC Miss Berkeley, 517P ET. Second place goes to 588, RJ Judy, 573N, owned by Hayden Sampson, Afton, Tennessee. Third place goes to 589, BCR Sophia, 509ET, PLD, owned by John Chandler, Belton, South Carolina. Fourth place goes to 595, JFS HF Dixie, 314ET, owned by Emily Allen in Lolita, Texas. Fifth goes to 592, Culp Abbey N40 ET, owned by Dagan Cordis from Carrollton, Illinois. Sixth goes to 598, BC Dacia 2501 PLD, owned by Lucy Wacholtz from Goodhue, Minnesota. Seventh place goes to 591, DC Wiley 5201, owned by Gage Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. And eighth is entry number 596, DC Carly 515, owned by Madeline Ditloff from Bradshaw, Nebraska. Placings again for Class 19 go 237, 51, 48, scratch 6. Next in the ring, we have Class 20 and would like to thank Sherman Heights Farm as our Class 20 sponsor.
Well, of a good class and an interesting on the top end here. We got to do a little sorting and a little choosing and a little this and that. The heifer that's going to win the class is probably a little more moderate frame than a heifer that's going to be second. I really like parts and pieces of this heifer. You know, my struggle with this one was when she gets out and goes, she hits her track, but she wants to swing just a nickel. She don't get outside of her skeleton. So that was my major decision. I kept thinking, well, you know, is that going to be a problem down the road? I don't think it is. I think this one's really unique in her build, so much rib and so much shape. You know, she's a one that does run downhill just a nickel. But not so bad. She's not like the heifer that was second in that class here just a little bit ago. I think this one's really unique, and you look at how robust and how big barreled she is and big centered. You get behind her and you're not disappointed because she's really wide pinned. She carries her muscle down out of her hip, down low into her stifle. I like that quite a lot. Really unique about her head and her neck. She comes out super high at the top of her shoulder, and that's maybe why she wants to get just a little funky right behind her shoulder. I think she's still strong topped. I think she's still good topped, but she's so neat about her head and neck, and that makes it a little bit interesting. Sometimes can be a detriment to her, but I think when she gets out and goes and from the side, you like her a lot. Young man here's brought us some good cattle today and brings us another good one. I think this heifer's very true in her kind, her right in her lines. You know, she's a little bit frailer when you get behind her. She didn't have quite the extra punch, maybe the one that has it in front of her. Not quite as unique out through her neck and shoulder, but I think this one's really good as she gets out and goes. The heifer that winds up third, more like the class winner than the one that's in second. She's a little shorter though. She's shortest hip to those trio. She's the shortest neck to that trio. And then you look at her center dimension, she's deep bodied, but with that, she's also the shortest sided one. You know, that's nothing wrong. She's going to be a little earlier and probably easier to keep one, and that's a good thing. Sound, good cattle that comes in third. The fourth heifer's different than any of them. Probably got a little more muscle, a little more shape, but with that, she's a little rounder out of her hip. She's a little rounder out of her shoulder. Change that, we move her up. Good heifer, very complete in her type and kind. Another big-bodied, big-centered one that comes out next. She's, again, one that gets a little bit pigeon-toed when you watch her come towards you. I changed that about this heifer. She wants to get, again, a little bit rounder her hip, and I'd like to see her tail head set down and her pin set a little bit nicer. This next heifer, really a heifer that's pretty large in terms of her frame size. I need to deepen her down a little bit. I need to give her just a little more shape to get her moved up. The next heifer is much like her in her type and kind. I'd like to see her a little wider base as she goes away from me. The heifer that comes out next, a large frame heifer that's got some growth to her, good in her lines, needs the body down some. The heifer that comes out next is big bodied, got some bone and some shape, little coarser in her makeup. She needs to get flexible, more flexible off the both ends. And then the heifer that completes the class, another one is very good in her lines, level in her hip, needs to deepen down some. I'd like to give her just a little more bone and a little more power to move her up. But a good class all the way through. Congratulations.
In class number 20, first place goes to 607 WC Miss Stella 5173P ET, owned by Camille Greer from Shelbyville, Texas. Second is 602 Walmart Miss Kanza 511P, owned by Isa Marston from Canton, Kansas. Third is entry number 760 Circle B Athena N10, owned by Brant Benish from Albion, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to 606 BCC5 Bullard Ginger, owned by Katie Grove from Washington, Illinois. Fifth place is entry number 600 SSSC Neela 503N, owned by Sydney Allard from Sydney, Nebraska. Sixth is entry 608 LTIB Pearl 511N, owned by Briley Means from Villisca, Iowa. Seventh place goes to 599 JO Heartbreaker 521, owned by Kylan Oaks from Tologa, Oklahoma. Eighth is entry number 604 KF 555 Gabby, owned by Taylor Kent from Lucas, Iowa. Ninth is entry 605 HL Hoodoo's White Liar, owned by Avery Mingarelli from Hepler, Kansas. And 10th is entry 601, SCR Miss Prince Louis N5774, owned by Luke Sonderup from Fullerton, Nebraska. Those placings again for Class 20 go 7, 5, 10, 2, 3, 8, 9, 4, 1, 6. Next in the ring, we have Class 21, and would like to thank Flying R. Angus as your Class 21 sponsor.
Well, it's a heck of a heifer show when it takes this long, when you got just two out there, and they're different. There's no doubt again, and I just start looking for pieces and parts, and this heifer is going to win, man. There's so much power in her, and to be built like that, you look down at her joint work, and it's so good. She gets out and goes, and she's free and easy in her structure. She's a little longer necked, a little neater necked. She's got more rib shape. She's probably got more true natural dimension when you get behind her, and that's probably the difference maker in the pair. I love this heifer in second in terms of the way this young lady gets her set up and shown. She's extremely level hipped and neat out through her top. She gets there, and when she's standing, she looks pretty daggone straight in those rear too, but she gets out and flexes. I think that's a heifer that's just really good. And, I think maybe when she gets full of calf and bellies down a little more, we change them maybe. I don't know. I think that's a good pair, certainly different kind. The heifer that comes in third is probably more like the heifer that wins the class in terms of her body shape and body design. I don't think she was quite as neat out through her hip as either one of the first two. I'd change her in that regard. She gets a little rounder up through her shoulder compared to those first two, but man, that's a good heifer to stand third in any class anywhere. Young man's doing a really good job with this cool looking one. She gets a little flatter from behind. She gets a little flatter out over her loin, and she wants to just get a little bit sway looked when she gets comfortable, and I'd change that about her. But from her chest back, boy, that's one that you could really build a program around. We carve a little of that chest off to make her a little more neat, make her have a little more symmetry, if you will. A really big-ended one that comes out next, a big-bodied one that's square-topped. She gets just a little off in her hip for me. I'd like to pick her up in her pins. She gets a little rounder shouldered, a little deeper about her chest. I change that to give her, the way she goes into her belly. I'd change that just to make her blend in a little better. The next heifer is a big up-headed one that's really high in her shoulder, or the high out the way she comes out of the front of her shoulder, and I like that. But with that, she gets a little straighter about her shoulder. She doesn't want to reach out quite as well. I'd like to change her angle just ever so slightly to that front 1/3. The next heifer young man's got from her shoulder back, I like her. She's brood cow looking. She needs to get just a little more length to her front end, get a little more eye appealing to move her up. Then the next young lady's heifer here is a long-sided one. She needs to be a little deeper to balance up. I'd like to just give her a little more length to her front end, just because she is so long-sided. It makes her not really just kind of balanced so well. Then the heifer that completes the class, young man's got's real good in her lines. She needs some more body to get down or compete higher in the class. But a heifer that's pretty true in her lines, good heifer all the way through, a good class. Give him a good round of applause.
In class number 21, first place goes to entry 612 with Schaefer's Monty, 462 in ET, owned by Micah Malone from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Second is entry number 620, Boy HL Next Up in 522, owned by Avery Sweeney from Vinton, Iowa. Third goes to 613, SKS Cindy 518, owned by J.C. Husky from Dayton, Texas. Fourth is entry 615, TR Miss Natalie 5905 in ET, owned by Johannes Bumstead from Erickson, Nebraska. Fifth place is entry 610, RF Miss Duchess 5106 ET, owned by Lawson Nieder from Amoret, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry number 618, Cars Miss Missy 502P, owned by Keaton Kermer from Riley, Kansas. Seventh is 617, JRB Louise 502N, owned by Jarrett Bevitt from Burlingame, Kansas. Eighth place is 619, JO Heartbreaker 517, owned by Heidi Mingarelli in Hepler, Kansas. And ninth goes to entry 616, Circle B Miss Outlier N1, owned by Caden Ditloff from Bradshaw, Nebraska. Those places again for class 21 go 1, 3, 4, 9, 7, 6, 8, 2. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion from Division 5. Would like to thank Thomas Ranch as the sponsor of your Division 5 champion, with your reserve sponsored by Jackson Cattle Company.
Again, another really good division, and we're getting into, some heifers that have probably been out on the tan bark for a good portion of their life, actually, even though they're just yearlings. And some of these heifers, I'm quite sure, have done well. And we've probably sent some back today that have probably equally done as well. But today is a different day, and this is the way I see them. I think when we get these class winners out again, I'm extremely pleased. We got maybe not all of them exactly alike, which again, as I said before, is okay with me. I think we're just trying to get the ones that find the best, fill the best holes, I guess, if you will. And I think we got some out here. The heifer that won that first class, if you'll recall, I just thought that one was extremely striking in the way she's put together and the way she's built. I love her head and her neck. She comes out so high out of the top of her shoulder. That's just really, really hard to imagine. And to stay that true right behind her shoulder is even a little bit more difficult to think about, because you get one that elevated, usually they'll start breaking in her top, but sure not that one. Really good in her lines, and just deep bodied, extremely good when she gets out and goes. I talked about that one really well in class, and you got to know that I like her quite a lot. The same goes for this next heifer, and if you recall, I struggled on those top two quite a lot. And this heifer, a young lady got her parked out there, and it was a wow. Game's over for her in that class. And I like this one's extra bone and her extra substance. Man, when you get right out here, and if you go down and stand behind them, you'd be impressed by the amount of top that she has to still have that kind of front end and still be chiseled out like that up-headed. That's pretty intriguing build on one. And then I made the comment in class that I liked her udder design for a heifer this young, that means something to me, and I hope it means something to you. This young man's heifer that come out in that third class, and as I commented earlier, one of these big kids got a hold of her. She wins the class pretty easily, because that one's so good and true in her lines that even this young fella here, when he gets her walking around, he struggles getting her head up. But man, she stays really true and good at the ground. She's good-footed, good in her basic build. I like her in her terms of her lines. She's extremely balanced from her chest floor back, and so I think his young man's got him one that's going to make big money down the road. And congratulations to you for having that kind, being that young. Boy, you got a bright future and a tough road to keep going, but you keep on doing it, buddy. The heifer behind there is maybe the outlier in this group, and she's a little more unique in her build. Extremely, again, long-necked and feminine up through her neck, her head. To be built like that, she's still good in her forerib, and sometimes that's pretty tough to have that kind of neck and chest in them to still have some balance and still some symmetry. I thought that class was a little bit tough to sort, honestly. And as if you'll recall, maybe our pair that won that class, it was a champion in reserve or first and second, didn't exactly match up. But this was the one that I just felt like had more balance today and just more power, more rib shape, more cow look to her. And I thought that was a really good one. Then we get down to that last class. And again, the power heifer came out of that class. When we get out here and we analyze her compared to some of her contemporaries, maybe pushing just a nickel more chest. But, boy, other than that, you got to like the power and the balance in her. She gets out and goes, keeps her structure good. Again, really a nice group. I'll go show you a top three. Got some really good seconds over there, but I just wanted to comment about our class winners. I'll go show you the one I like. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your Division 5 champion is entry number 572, RJ Judy, 5210N, owned by Addison Sweeney from Vinton, Iowa. Your reserve champion, entry number 585, TR Miss Nora, 5907N, ET, owned by Josie Schrader in Wells, Kansas. Your third out is entry 582 and Kirby Coons from Lakin, Kansas. Next, we're ready to move into our 6th division, and class number 22 is leading in the ring, and Samsel Cattle Company, thank you for sponsoring this class.
Again, another good class and interesting up here on the top end. And a heifer that wins the class to me is just the one that paints the best picture, quite honestly. I mean, she's probably the fresher appearing one. She's a heifer I think's got enough condition. I think she's got enough shape. I think she's got enough everything to win the class. She's extremely good when we get her in motion. I like that quite a bit about her. She's not quite as bold sprung as maybe the heifer in second. She is better out through her chest and out through down through the center portion of her rib. I think she stays truer in her undercarriage and just really paints a good picture from the side. I love the way her angle of her back leg is, and that to me it just writes a good history for her on staying sound probably all her life. I think she'll be able to get out and cover a lot of ground just because of the way her leg is shaped. But I think you put all those things together, she's extremely good in her hip. She lays in good in her hip. I think that's just the one that paints the best picture, and to me she's the class winner. A bigger, bolder sprung probably one is the second one, and I'll give that to you. If we could maybe chisel off her chest to make her a little more aesthetic, probably like her even more. I think she's one that balances up pretty well, even though she does have that big undercarriage there in her front 1/3, because she's so big-bodied, wide-pinned, and wide-sprung. I think that's just a really nice one. Heifer that comes out in thirds, one that draws a big outline, and certainly that's okay. She's a high-performing one that's got a nice look to her from the side. I'd like to maybe, for me, tone her down just a nickel in terms of her frame size, but man, the young lady does a great job in getting her stuck. She's pretty flat when you get behind her and you look out over her hip and down to her stifle. Give her just a little more oomph back there to make her just a little more eye-appealing to me, and that gets her up a little higher. The young man's heifer that comes out next is another one that's got a lot of rib, got a lot of maternal look. She's, again, one that gets pretty piecey. Need to get a little better in her forerib to blend in out of her shoulder to get her moved up. The next heifer does do that. She's better in her forerib. She's better out of her shoulder. The problem with her is she just doesn't have quite the pizzazz. She doesn't have the eye appeal through the front 1/3. She gets a little more nasty down through her chest and to her brisket, and that's being hard on a guy that's got a really good heifer, and I think she'll make a nice cow. A heifer that has tremendous amount of muscle and shape comes out next. I need to see her a little better in her hip. I need to see her a little more flexible off both ends. The one that comes out next is more flexible. She does have more flex off of both ends, and I like that about her. She doesn't have quite the extreme amount of muscle that the one has in front of her. This heifer gets a little awkward in her front too, though. She gets a little bow-legged, and I change that about her. The next young man's heifer is a nice built one. Again, long and level in her lines. She needs to get a little deeper flanked. I think she's making a nice udder for this young man already. Going to be a nice cow. The heifer that comes out next for this young man is, again, one that's got some muscle and some shape. Gets a little awkward off her rear twos compared to some of those above her. Then the heifer that completes the class, a heifer that's long-sided, and got some depth of rib. She just doesn't have quite the barrel when you get behind her. She's pretty flat-ribbed, and she just doesn't have quite the capacity of some of those cattle above her. But I think in time, that one's going to make a really nice cow because she does have a nice udder shape already for a young heifer. Give them a good round of applause.
In Class 22, first place goes to 623, Culp Abbey 801N ET, owned by Avery Knupp from Orion, Illinois. Second, entry number 630, Hig Miss Lucy Who 559 ET, owned by Josie Ritter from Beamer, Nebraska. Third place, entry 621, LJR Miss None Better 888N ET, owned by Riley Smith from Grinnell, Iowa. Fourth place goes to 625, OCR Miss Carrie N29, owned by Hayden Hill from Nunn, Colorado. Fifth is entry number 624, WCR Miss Bold Move 5242P, owned by Riker Eschenbaum from Lake Preston, South Dakota. Sixth is 622, Boy AALB Nina 545N, owned by Sarah Allard from Sidney, Nebraska. Seventh place goes to 628, 5216 DP Milestone Cigar, owned by Jarrett Bevitt from Burlingame, Kansas. Eighth is entry number 629, BCR Natalie 515 PLD, owned by Isaiah Schnelly from Beatrice, Nebraska. Ninth goes to 626, Schrader's Miss Pearl 5172N, owned by Tice Goff from Randolph, Kansas. And 10th place is entry 627, VCR Princess 574P, owned by Cambry Holt from Lake Preston, South Dakota. Those placings again for Class 22 go 3-6, 1-5-4, 9-10, 7-8-2. Next in the ring, we have Class 23, and would like to thank Walmart Engraving as your Class 23 sponsor.
Another good class and an interesting. We get on the top end. The young lady with the ponytail is going to win the class. I think that's the one that just is the most complete. She's certainly the one in this drive that gets out and grabs the most ground. I think she's the most flexible and the most fluid and the most athletic in her build. Is her top line perfect? Probably not, but it's sure good enough. And she's got just an added amount of belly and added amount of just substance to her, and I like that quite a bit. And I think that just the fact that she's good in her joint work and good in her bone work and good at the ground, and just the fact that she gets out and glides so well, so that kind of makes her go to the top of the class for me. It's a little more difficult here. This young man's heifer that's going to wind up in second, standing still, she's as good as any and maybe got the best profile of any of them. She just doesn't move well enough for me, and it gets to be one of those things. A young man, if I don't know if she's got something going on or a little hitching or get along today, but she's really just laboring off of both ends, and her structure doesn't read that way. But I got to get what I see, and that's the way I got to call it. A bit of heifer that I think is really nice in her lines. Again, balanced up really well. I wish she moved better. The heifer comes in third. She's, from a body perspective, has got plenty of rib and plenty of shape. She gets just a nickel rounder out of her hip, a little nut rounder out of her shoulder. She's just a little bit funky the way she sets her toe down, but, I think that's a heifer the young lady's got here that's going to make a superbly good cow, an extremely good cow down the road, because she's got that added body and added dimension. This next heifer is one that does hit the ground well. She's structurally good when she gets out. She needs deepened up, honestly, young lady. I think, to get her up higher. And I appreciate that you have her pretty green in her condition. Her angle isn't quite as good in her front 1/3. She's a little straighter about her shoulder and down to the ground, and maybe a couple of those. But when she gets out and goes, she's still pretty flexible. So with that, I like her pretty well, and it's good heifer. Here's a big outline when it comes out next, and she is a big performance gal. She's getting on the borderline for me, and she is the outlier out here in terms of just ruggedness and boldness. I need to tone her down in her frame score just a bit to make her more eye-appealing in my world. The next heifer that comes out is another one of those that's got really good parts and pieces. Unfortunately, today her parts and pieces don't all fit together quite as nicely as I'd like to see them. Again, if she could set her front or her rear leg down with just a little more angulation to it and a little softer at the ground, we like her even better. I think that's a good heifer, though, to compete that far down. Big bodied, big structured one comes out next. Gets just a little bit pigeon-toed when she comes towards you. Wants to get just a little off in that. I like her muscle shape, and I like her undercarriage. I think this young man's got one that's certainly going to milk pretty well because of the way her udder looks. I just changed her a little bit in the way she hits the ground. The next young lady's heifer is a good built one that's got some body and some structure. She needs to be softer again at the ground. If you watch her on her rear too, she wants to get a little rigid in her pastern. I'd make her just a little softer in that regard. Then a young man's heifer that completes a class, standing still, you like her quite a lot because she's got some shape, she's got some look to her. She needs to be more athletic as she goes to get her moved up. Good class. Give them a round of applause.
In Class 23, first place goes to 633 CCC PL Miss Princess 5069 PET, owned by Whitley Rumpf from Scandia, Kansas. Second place is entry 640 Millie Ivory 313N, owned by Hayden Neagle from Fountain City, Indiana. Third place is 643 Boy CC Wild Sugar 536 ET, owned by Reed Naughton from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place goes to 635 DC NBCC Nancy 5199, owned by Georgia Hecht from Grove City, Minnesota. Fifth place is entry number 637 Min Natasha 576N, owned by Blake Mueller from Lincoln, Nebraska. Sixth place is entry 634 RH Sweet Valerie 201N, owned by Tegan Hardy from Ryan, Oklahoma. Seventh is entry 642 RSD Granny 0220, owned by Noah Anthony from West Texas. Eighth place is entry 638 MF Foreign Affair, owned by Madeline McCain from Delphi, Indiana. And ninth place goes to 641. J.S. Lovejoy 516 PLD, owned by Colton Rump from Burton, Kansas. Those placings again go 164, 58, 2973. Next in the ring we have Class 24 and would like to thank Thomas Ranch as our Class 24 sponsor. Correction on that last class, we had the top three wrong. First place was 640 and Hayden Eagle. Second place was entry 643, Reed Naughton. And third place was Whitley Rumpf with 633.
Nice class of February heifers. Young man brings a big, bold sprung one out to win the class that's got just a lot of performance and a lot of good in her. Still to have that much power, again, one that's got a nice look to her front 1/3. She gets out and travels pretty well. I think a heifer that just overwhelms really the rest of the class in terms of her build and her look and just the amount of muscle that she has. It still brings it to us in a real feminine package. Congratulations. A really nice heifer. The heifer that comes in second's the most like her. I'd like to change this one as she gets out. She's kind of fighting a halter a little bit, so I don't think we're getting a real true read on how she gets out on her front end, but I think she's pretty good, and I think she gets out and goes with some authority. If she could just reach out and not act act like she's struggling quite so much off her front two, I'd probably like her a little bit better. I like her udder development already for a young heifer like this. I think she's got a lot of future to her. The heifer that comes out next is one, if I could make her better behind her shoulder and change the angulation of her shoulder a little bit, she obviously would move up because I like that kind. She's probably on the upside of on frame size, but you know, just a heifer that's built really good. I just need to change that shoulder and into her forerib and to move her up in this class. The heifer that's more moderate size is the one that comes in the 4-hole here. She's got some shape, she's got some body. She gets a little rounder out of her tail head. She doesn't pick I like to pick her pins up and just spread them out just a little bit to make her more ideal. Then the heifer that comes out next is a big-bodied one. Again, a heifer that's got a nice udder development. We clean her up in her undercarriage just a little bit, shave a little of that navel off of her to make her more eye-appealing, but that's getting real critical on a big-bodied one that's going to make a cow. Certainly in the heifer that comes out next, another one, extremely high-performing heifer. She needs to be more flexible and more athletic as she goes. Then the heifer that completes the class, a long-sided heifer that's good in her lines. I'd like to see her just free her off of both ends as well. She needs to get more athletic and have some more agility as she goes, just to give her a little more longevity. Nice class of heifers. Give them a good round.
Your results for Class 24. First place goes to entry 646, ODW Charlie, 146N ET, owned by Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Second place is entry 645, M4 Cheddar Cheese, owned by Mary Dean from Vienna, Georgia. Third place goes to 652, Slick Maryland 15N, owned by Libba Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Fourth place goes to 651, SWCR Ties Miss Cora Lynn, owned by Tiana Mueller from Pipestone, Minnesota. Might be Mueller, excuse me. Fifth place is entry 644, M3 Linda 106N, owned by Sarah McCown from Valley Center, Kansas. Sixth place is 650, M3 Snow White 104N, owned by Taisley Cowan from Newton, Kansas. And seventh place goes to 647, J.O. Heartbreaker 503, owned by Weston Evans from Gentry, Arkansas. Placings again for Class 24, 5217, scratch 643. Next in the ring, we have Class 25, and would like to thank Fake Beef Genetics as your Class 25 sponsor.
Attention in the barns. When we bring trailers in to load out, we need to make sure that we come in gate 11 on the west side of the fairgrounds as we came in for setup and entrance into the Junior National. We've got trucks coming in from gate 10 and getting some bottleneck back and forth. So if we could make sure that we use gate 11 on the west side to come in with the trailers so everybody's heading the right direction, and then we'll exit out gate 10. Thank you.
Cattle, ladies, you're going to be 2 and you're going to be 1, okay? Good class, and to me, this one kind of gets sorted pretty easily. I like this top pair of heifers quite a bit. I think they're good, comparable cattle. I think they're a lot similar, probably more similar when you get up on them than probably from a distance. The difference in them is when you start analyzing them, how they come off their front end when they get in motion. This heifer, the whiter colored one here in the center of the ring, is just extraordinary when she gets out and goes. Got just a tremendous amount of reach. I like that. Or I like how her chest floor sets down in her. Really good in her underline in terms of she has a lot of depth, but still, I mean, she carries that depth from foreflank to rear flank extremely well. I like her out over her hip extremely well as well. I just think that one paints a great picture. A nice cattle to start the class with. Heifer comes in second. Boy, this one wins lots of shows too because she is big, bold sprung and powerfully designed. Might be a nickel bigger boned, I think, maybe than the heifer that wins the class, but I think it would be just a millimeter if you call it that. Again, one that's big bodied, doesn't quite have the symmetry of the one that wins the class, doesn't quite have that chiseled neck and chest the one that wins the class, but boy, that's a good pair of heifers right there that can march on. The heifer that comes in third's good in her own right. She's a little flatter sided, a little flatter in her muscle shape than those first two. I think this one's really good though. I think, we deepen this one down in her flank and deepen her down in her forerib, then we even like her better. But that's a high quality one to stand third in an extremely good class of yearling heifers. A heifer that comes out next is a stout featured one that's a little coarser in her joint work than maybe those first three. A little bigger in her hock, a little bigger in her knee, but she is a big bone one and a stout made one, and that's just nitpicking on a heifer that's pretty good. Big center in this heifer. She just doesn't balance up as well as those first three, and I think we changed those things about her. We like her even better in a high quality class. This next young lady's heifer, it comes out really long sided, long hip. Just gets a little plainer for me, honestly. I liked her when she was standing over here, and I thought, that heifer can sure stand a good look. She needs to clean her up through her chest and make her a little more neat up through her front 1/3 to get her higher. Then the heifer that comes out next is a neater necked one. She's probably a little nickel shorter in her neck. We'd like to lengthen her out to make her proportionately a little better because she is long-sided and long-hipped. If we change that about her, well, she moves up. Then the young man's heifer completes the class. Good quality stock here the young guy's got, and I think she'll make a cow because she's pretty functionally right. She just she's not the bells and whistles of the class out here, but I think the young man's got him a good project and a good place to start with a cow that's going to make it on down the road. Congratulations. Give him a nice round of applause.
Your results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 657, ACPGC, Miss Nadia 2501 ET, owned by Carter Cornegie from Sperry, Oklahoma. Second place is entry 655, SKS Miss Madeline 511, owned by J.C. Husky from Dayton, Texas. Third place is 658, WGB FCC Miss London 510P ET, owned by Camille Greer from Shelbyville, Texas. Fourth goes to entry number 661, Slick Maryland 58N, owned by Madison Keppen from Volga, South Dakota. Fifth is 654, WCR Miss Remix 5145P, owned by Landry Eschenbaum from Lake Preston, South Dakota. Sixth goes to 659, Cars Miss Ellie 503P, owned by Cason Addington from Rome, Texas. Seventh goes to 653, JM Miss Bell 535P, owned by Cash Olson, Lake Preston, South Dakota. Those placings again for Class 25 go 752, 1364. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and your reserve champion out of Division 6. We'd like to thank Schrader Ranch as the sponsor for your Division 6 champion, with Kruger Farm sponsoring your reserve. I'd like to remind all of our contestants in the ring today, remember that we are selecting a third out. So after he selects his reserve division champion, don't just bolt out the gate.
Here in Division 6, really a good set again. And again, I'm so impressed today with the quality of our cattle all the way through our classes. And our top end has just been extraordinarily good. We get this for in this particular division, and I think we have extreme high quality group of class winners as well as some seconds. The heifer that won that first class, as you'll recall, I thought that was an interesting class and kind of a contrasting pair of cattle. But I think that heifer that comes out here, as I talked about her, that angle of that thing's leg is just impeccable, and that to me is one of the things that we need to strive to have as a breed, to keep them sound and keep them good. And she sets back and her knee so good up in her front end to have that kind of neck and that kind of shoulder. And then you follow it back and look at that back leg. That thing is just, that's an awesome back leg, young lady. I love that. And I know you got some good fitters, but I think that's built into that one. So, man, there's a world of mating possibilities you got with that girl. Again, you know, she doesn't overwhelm you from behind, but she's sure got enough. And I like that kind of cattle myself, because there's just so many mating opportunities. We get in that next class, and this heifer was one that I'm not going to say that she won by default, because she is a high quality individual. It was a more difficult putting that class together, honestly. I thought that heifer was the one, again, as we talked about him, being sound at the ground, and she was the one that could get out and go and just felt most comfortable doing it. She's a heifer that's good. You know, again, we talk about him coming out of the high of the top side of her shoulder. She does that. And we talked about her too, you know, maybe getting just a little bit down in her top. But, you know, that's just a nitpicking thing on a heifer. That's certainly a really good, high quality class winner. That next one is a wide sprung, bold sprung, big top, big square thing that you just brings a lot of good to the table. You know, she's maybe got a nickel more shoulder, maybe got a nickel more chest than some of them. But, you know, man, that one's just got so much power. And I like her when she gets out and goes. And if you'll recall, I liked her quite a lot in class, and I still like her. Then we get down to that last class, and, man, that one's just pretty cool. You get off to the side and you appreciate her and the way that she's built. You love her in her underline. She comes out of her forerib back to her flank, just extremely good. I love that one's hip. I love her when she put her in motion. I think that's just good cattle, good stock, hard to reproduce. It's hard to make those kind, honestly, and congratulations to whoever did. I'll go show you my top three in this division. Give them a good round. Congratulate these exhibitors and the breeders of these cattle. Extremely good division.
Your Division 6 champion goes to entry 657, ACPGC, Miss Nadia 2501 ET, owned by Carter Cornegie from Sperry, Oklahoma. Your reserve division champion is entry 623. Is that right? Yeah, 623, Culp Abbey 801 NET, owned by Avery Knupp from Orion, Illinois. I guess that was out of that last class, wasn't it? Yeah, that your third. Very good. 655 is your third out, and that is SKS Miss Madeline 511 and JC Husky from Dayton, Texas. Next, as we move into Division 7, class number 26 is leading in the ring and would like to thank Fancy Creek Charlet as your class 26 sponsor.
Another good class. We get into these older heifers, and my compliments to you exhibitors and breeders and fitters on getting these to the point where they are. This young man's heifer's a little bit of a struggle to look at because she's a little bit deadheaded, and he's having a little trouble keeping her head up. But when you get right up on him, I mean, she's really the one that's got the most true shape. She's got the most true rib shape, I think, of the two cattle. I think when she gets out and goes, even though she's wanting to really drag around, I think she's still the one that's really sound off of both ends. Is she the most chiseled, crazy necked one that we've seen today? No, but I still think her neck and her head's really good. When she wants to put her head up, she can, and I don't think it's certainly not a structure deal that she don't do that. She's not the longest necked one, but I think just symmetrically she fits really good, and she's just balanced and very complete. I like that heifer quite a bit. The young man's heifer comes out here next. Man, they have done a tremendous job of getting her dialed in, and I appreciate that. When you get right up on top of her, you can see the really craftsmanship, if you will, of what somebody's done with a comb and some glue and a set of clippers. But that's not taking anything away from the heifer, because she is good quality cattle. I think when you get behind her, she just doesn't have quite the explosion of the one that wins the class. I think she's not quite as just not quite as much mass and bulk to her. Still really good, though, and I think that's the kind that has lots of mating opportunities, and I like that heifer a lot. The heifer that comes in third's one that draws a really good picture. She needs to be deeper. Relative to those first two cattle, she's the shallower one in terms of her heart. She's the shallower one in the center portion of her rib. But I think that's good quality cattle that goes on, gets bred. Man, that is going to be really good, because she is sound at the ground and goes on and gets out and goes. The heifer that's fourth, a little more cowy looking than probably the one in third. Doesn't balance up quite as well. Gets just a nickel more piecey. Gets a little uncomfortable off her rear too, and she just, it's not that she's not sound, it's just that she's a little more awkward, if you will, when you watch her go. I like that one's build, though. I think she's moderate in her type, moderate in her kind, big bodied one that just reads true maternal like a real cow should look. Then this young man's heifer that comes out next, really big bodied one that's got some muscle and some shape, a little coarser in her bone work, a little coarser in her neck and her shoulder. We just refine her there. The heifer that comes out next, maybe change this one down through her chest to just make her more balanced up in her undercarriage a little bit. Gets just a nickel round for me, but I think you chisel a little that fat and condition off of her, and she probably wouldn't look that way. Heifer comes out next. The young man's got one. It's really, really green, and you get up on her, and you can see how skinny she is, and I think I read her as having lots of good parts and pieces. Again, like I've said about some other cattle today, you put some condition on her, get her full of calf. I think she'll make a really nice cow for the young man. Heifer comes out, and the next place here is one that's long-sided, got some muscle, big bone thing. She just doesn't balance up. She's a little skinny compared to some of the others today, but I think her lines are exceptionally good. If we could just maybe give her a little more power, just feed that one a little longer, because she does have good, really good lines in her. The heifer that completes the class is much like the one ahead of her. We just need to make her a little softer looking, I think. If we belly her down again and get her just a little softer in the middle 1/3, she moves up quite a few places actually in this class. Good class of heifers all the way through. Give them a nice round.
Your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 664 and boy G.S. Nicky in 519, owned by John Davis III from Ivy, South Carolina. Second is entry number 670, Schaefer's Shady Lady 811N ET, owned by Dagan Cordes from Carrollton, Illinois. Third is 677, Boy H.L. Lilo N503, owned by Riley Green from Mayville, Michigan. Fourth place goes to 667, PLCCC Penny's Memory 5038P, owned by Atlee Patrick, Chilhowie, Missouri. Fifth goes to 669, Boy H.L. Nalani 516N, owned by Grayson Schwartz from Lacine, Kansas. Sixth place is 676, WGB Miss Gina 508P, owned by Katie Grove from Washington, Illinois. 7th goes to 666 LR Bold Miss Nessa 5102, owned by Crew Larson from Leota, Kansas. 8th is 665 JM Miss Snowdrop 520P, owned by Chloe Olson, Lake Preston, South Dakota. And 9th goes to 720 SCBS Miss Harmony 502N, owned by Charity Schnelly, DeWitt, Nebraska. Those placings again for Class 26 go 187452963. Next in the ring, we have Class 27, and would like to thank the Kansas Charlet Association as your Class 27 sponsor. Again, would like to remind everybody, if you haven't yet picked up your raffle tickets, we will be drawing the raffle during or right before Grand Drive. We've got them up here on the announcer stand, or just find Megan as she's floating around. She's got several of them. But you get one of them for $20 or 10 of them for $100. And our grand prize is a pallet of Repro Max Mineral. We'll have the second prize, the MVE Semen Tank, and third prize is the Hella Hair Package and the set of clippers. But again, we've got those up here on the stand. Also, if you're looking for a keepsake from this year's Junior National, some of these that were the table placings last night at the banquet, these planks, they are from the first stockyards in, Ottawa County. And Spencer was able to go and take them down, and Shad Marston engraved them and etched them. So pretty neat opportunity, or pretty special kind of keepsake that you can take home with you. They are asking for a $50 donation to AIJCA in exchange for that. So just see us up here on the stand and we'll get you all taken care of.
I'm going to leave these three right here as they are standing. I think a good trio of heifers to wind up on the top end. A little give and take, maybe in that third hole. But the first two heifers are pretty mirror images of each other, except for the way they get off of their front ends. The heifer that was going to win the class is just quite a bit more functional and quite a bit more free and athletic off her front two, and she gets out and goes and travels. I think when you start studying the cattle, she's the one that just balances up really well, and to me wins the class pretty handily, especially when we put them in motion. And that, congratulations. The young man's heifers that comes in second from her shoulder back, she's a mirror image of that first one. I need to change that one's shoulder just a little bit. She's just a little bit coarser and rounder. She wants to really kind of just struggle getting off her front two, and that's being picky. I don't mean that she's not sound, and that's kind of what it sounded like. The heifer is sound. She just doesn't. She's not quite as true and as free off her front two, and she doesn't quite have the flex off the rear two that the one that wins the class, but still a high quality female that has just a world of good to her. The heifer in third is just a nice blade, a nice made heifer that's very complete. She's a little more moderate in her size, and that's not a problem for me because I like those kind, and those kind can go out and make you certainly a lot of money. I think that heifer's got good parts and pieces. We need to just make her a little more bells and whistly, if you will, to get her up higher in the class. The heifer that comes out in fourth, very basic heifer in her body type. She's long-sided, she's long-hipped. She's a heifer that's got some dimension to her. She's a little flatter when you get behind her, though, and you look at her down through her hip and down through her stifle relative to those cattle above her. Heifer that comes out next is a big, wide-topped one, big-hipped tail heifer that's got a nice udder already starting for a young heifer. She's just not quite as neat as she gets out and goes. She's a little finer, a little more refined and relative to some of those cattle above her, but I think certainly one that's got really good basic maternal look to her that goes on and makes a great cow. The heifer that comes out next is another high-performing heifer. I'd change her in her front 1/3, maybe lengthen her out just a nickel, give her just a little more angle to her shoulder. Then the heifer that completes the class, she's the one that we just need to maybe change a little bit structurally. She gets pretty upright in her shoulder, wants to get out in her knee. We need to change her and give her a little more flexibility off her rear too to move her up. We like her body, like her muscle shape, just need to change those things about her. Congratulations, good class.
In Class 27, first place goes to entry 678, Culp Abbey 5188 ET, owned by Andrew Borer from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Second place goes to entry 680, RJGCC Miley Cyrus N07, owned by Brixton Steve Birchie from Oneida, South Dakota. Third place goes to 689, WGB Miss Chili 506P, owned by Carter Greer from Shelbyville, Texas. Fourth place is 685, JES Foreign Angelina 254N, owned by Katie Hazemer from McLeod, Oklahoma. Fifth is entry 686, OC Nova 502N, owned by Cash Owen from Marshallville, Georgia. Sixth place is 687, JS Lady Starflower 501 PLD, owned by Madison Rump, Burton, Kansas. Seventh place goes to 681, OC New Cool Lady, owned by Charlotte Yee from Perry, Georgia. Placings again for Class 27 go 1, 2, 7, 4, 5, 6, 3, scratch. Next in the ring, we have Class 28, and would like to thank our Class 28 sponsor of Thomas Ranch.
good class of bigger heifers and an interesting pair. I think when we get them back out here, walk them again. The young lady's heifer is the one just kind of comes to the ring to show today. She's not the biggest, powerful one of the class, but I think she is the one that's the most balanced. She's certainly better when you look at her, get right up on her over her forerib and into her heart. I think there's just more true heifer there. I think she just blends in better. And when she gets out and goes, she's really free and easy on the move. I like that about her. This young man that's got this heifer in second, that's a nice pair. That's a nice pair right there. A nice young man that's doing a great job. He's got to be good with livestock because his heifer's out here just chewing her cud. I think there's big things going to happen for this fella. This heifer's big and powerful and wide sprung. You got to start picking the pieces apart in her a little bit. She just gets a little bit shallower in her forerib. She gets a little bit off in her top, when you start really analyzing her. But I think that's a good, powerfully designed one that the young man's going to have a lot of fun with down the road. Heifer that comes in third's more like the heifer that wins the class. I changed this heifer, give her a shot more lower flank or rear flank, and maybe chisel out some of her chest and her brisket. But when she gets her parked like that, you like her in terms of her lines, got some depth of body, nice quality heifer. Heifer that comes in 4 in this class, another one that's good that we like a lot, standing still. We need to change that one when she gets in motion, gets pretty upright in her shoulder, wants to get out in her knee, change that about her, we move her up. Then the young man's heifer that completes the class, I think this is again another high quality female that just doesn't really have the bells and whistles that some of the others have. She's a little less conditioned, doesn't have quite the grease on her that some of the others have today. But I think this is a high quality project for this young man and going to be a good heifer on down the road. Congratulations on a good class.
Your results for Class 28, first place goes to 696 FFC Miss Upside 704N, owned by Presley Oliver from Alba, Texas. Second place is 692 SKS Mischievous, owned by Theron Skeens from Gainesville, Texas. Third is entry number 698 LMAN Shelley 9N ET, owned by Aubrey Nagel from Fountain City, Indiana. Fourth goes to 699 Gulf Coast Sweetheart 924N, owned by Layla Quattlebaum from Haines City, Florida. And fifth place goes to entry 700 CCR 524, owned by Finn Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. Results again for Class 28 go 2 scratch, 1, 3, 4, 5. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 7. Would like to thank KLC Farm for sponsoring our champion, and your reserve is sponsored by Outfront Cattle Service.
Well, another good division. We get down to these yearling heifers, and not quite the numbers in this division. And I think Justin said Division 7. But again, high quality group, and 6 really good heifers that we bring out here, and 6 that I like a lot. I think there's some give and take in some of them, but I think they're all high quality. The heifer that won that first class is one that, as I commented about her, the young man has a little bit of trouble getting her head up, and it's certainly, it's not a structure thing by any stretch of the imagination because her shoulder angles are good. If you could just look down to the ground and look the way she sets in on her knee, I think, you can tell that structurally she's really good, and she's just kind of a deadhead, and I'd rather have one like that young man than one I'm trying to chase down. But she's really good symmetrically, good in her underline and good in her top. I think when you get on top of this heifer, and that's where she excelled, the one that was in second, when you get right over top of them, you look down her top, she's got just more heifer there. There's more natural dimension to her. She's put together naturally a lot better. Her skeleton is good. I think that one's really good when she gets out and goes. I like that heifer quite a lot. The one behind her is another heifer that's much like her. Maybe not quite as long neck, but maybe a little more uprighted. When you look at her, she comes out of the top of her shoulder a nickel higher than the one in front of her. She's probably not quite as long-sided, not quite as long-hipped as the one in front of her, but she's long enough. She's got plenty of body. She's got plenty of shape. She's extremely good at the ground when she gets out and goes. And if you recall, in that particular class, the deciding factor on those two cattle were how they got off on their front end, and I just found that one to be quite a bit more eye-appealing, more pleasing as she went out, reaches out off her front end. I just think that's a really high-quality one as well. The young lady's heifer that won that last class was not the most of anything. Again, as we've had some like that today. Again, a heifer I think is just really very complete. A heifer that I think gets out and goes, is sound at the ground, has a nice look, has got enough of everything. Just one that you think is going to make a model cow. Good trio of heifers here that are class winners. I'll go show you how I like them. Give them a good round of applause.
Your Division 7 champion goes to entry 664, Boy G.S. Nicky in 519, owned by John Davis III from Ivor, South Carolina. Your reserve champion is entry 678, Culp Abbey 5188 ET, owned by Andrew Borer from Martinsburg, West Virginia. 670. What's third? Your third out is entry 670, Dagan Cordes from Carrollton, Illinois. Next in the ring as we begin Division 8, Class 29 is leading in the ring. Would like to thank the Kansas Junior Charlet Association is your Class 29 sponsor.
really good class of big senior yearling heifers here, and you know, they're all bred, so I commend these exhibitors on getting them to where they need to be, and then getting them close to being in production. I think we had a foursome of heifers out here that I thought were really high quality, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the rest of the class, because I think this was a good solid class all the way through of big heifers. And you know, this first pair they're quite a bit different, honestly, and I think, you know, I don't have to tell you that ringside, because you can see that. I guess the one that wins the class is just a little more my cup of tea, and that's just the way I have to put it. I like the way she comes out of her shoulder. I like the length of neck that she has. I think she still has some doability. You know, I think that heifer is just really good in her underline. You know, her teats are placed really well. I think she's not due till December, and I think that, you know, I think that she's still going to milk pretty good, or I believe that she will. But you know, when standing still, man, she just draws such a good picture, and I appreciate that. This young man gets all he can get out of this heifer here, and I appreciate the job that he's doing. She's just a little pushback in her head and her neck and her shoulder for me. I guess the thing that I probably see the most, I like the heifer a lot standing still. She's got just a little bit of a ridge in her top. When she gets out and goes, she wants to get a little bit higher in her top. Now, I'll grant you, I'd rather have one like that than a big old sway top one, because she's going to stay probably good longer. But, you know, it's just, for me, if I could pull her front end out, just extend her front end, just change that about her, you know, then it's a closer race. Young man here's got the one in third, just a really good basic female that you like a lot. They got her in a good rig for this time in her life. You know, you start looking at her, you want to get picky on her. She's got that little jowl on her. It takes away a little bit from her aesthetically. But a heifer that gets out and goes, she's got some rib shape. To me, I just like to see her chest floor push back in her a little bit. When I get off and I look at her and I analyze her, that to me is just the thing that changes. If I could change that one up to her front 1/3, then I like her a lot better. Here's the hardest one for me to look at, because she actually looks hard to me, and what I mean by that, she doesn't look as fresh as the 3 cattle above her. I think that heifer's really good, and I'd say she's had some great days, and I think she's going to be a really good cow. More little out, good heifer, and that's just where I had a sticker, honestly, and I find that to be a logical placing in my mind. Big rugged one comes out next. This young man's got one that's certainly going to be a cow. She's a little more basic in her build, a little more plain, a little shorter hip maybe than those cattle above her, but being long-sided like she is, it just makes her a little bit thrown off in terms of her balance. The heifer that comes out next is really good in terms of the way she gets out and goes. I love the way she sets down on her leg. She's got some flexibility off of both ends. She's going to make a nice udder. She gets a little plainer looking. She gets a little more tucked in her heart, a little tucked in her forerib. The heifer that comes next is one that gets just a little bit off balance. Big body, big centered body, a little steeper shouldered when you look at her. She's another one that wants to get a little more rigid over her top. We change that and flatten her out over her top. She's makes her a little more ideal to look at. The young man's heifers that comes out again, a big-footed one that's got some bone and got some makeup. Looks like she's going to make a nice udder for the young man. A heifer that wants to get a little weaker in her top relative, not like that one that was in second. She's one that does want to get a little sway back to, but you know, that heifer, you can already tell, getting full of calf. The heifer completes the class. Good female, wants to get just a little bit wide when we watch her go, but you know, she's getting a big old calf in her, and I commend you for that. I just change her in terms of her aesthetic, make her a little neater out of her front 1/3, make her a little neater in her chest up to her neck, move her up. Good class.
In Class 29, first place goes to 707, GS Montella 0108, owned by Trace Ritter from Herman, Missouri. Second goes to 776, WGB CC CLT Miss Berkeley 443P ET, owned by Isa Marston from Canton, Kansas. Third, entry 706, WGB Miss Premonition 450P ET, owned by Bo Parrish from Starkville, Mississippi. Fourth is entry 715, RF Miss Mora 4338 ET, owned by Daly Heck from Grove City, Minnesota. Fifth place is 705 MRH Faith 4M, owned by Rance Keating from Fulton, Kansas. Sixth goes to 713 JO Miss Smiley 458, owned by Emma Evans from Gentry, Arkansas. Seventh place is 709 MCC Miss Renee 489, owned by Claire Schnelly from DeWitt, Nebraska. Eighth place is 716 DDC Anna Bow M58P, owned by Owen Downey from Prattville, Alabama. And ninth place is 714 Gillig Miss Stealth 425P, owned by Hayden Gonzalez from Silent Springs, Arkansas. Those results again for Class 29 go Scratch 531 726 948. Next in the ring, we have Class 30, and would like to thank Derek Martin Cattle as your Class 30 sponsor.
Well, what a tremendous class of big heifers. And I'll tell you what, I don't care what breed of cattle you have or what breed of cattle you like. If you don't like this class of big heifers, then probably don't need to be in the cattle business. Because to make them this good, this big, keep them that fresh this long is a testament to the breed, testament to the exhibitors, and testament to the exhibitors and the breeders of these cattle, because all the way through this class is really, really deep quality, and I appreciate that. My biggest decision, honestly, wasn't which one to win the class. It was from 2 on down. This one that wins the class, the young lady out here in front, it wins the class to me pretty handily. I think that's a good livestock there. Square built, good in her running gears, gets out and goes really athletically. Got power, got mass, still looks like a girl. Looks like she's carrying a big baby in there. I didn't even ask her, but she's really bellying down and just got a little bit of extra oomph to her. She stays truer in her top than the other 2 cattle do when you put her in motion, and I think that's really one of the deciding factors for me. She got just a nickel more power than the one behind her, probably just a nickel more neat about her neck and her head than the one behind her in my world. Good cattle to start off with, and I'm not trying to take anything away from 2 and 3 because they're certainly good. The heifer and 2, really good hipped. I like that one. I like her leg. I talked earlier about a couple of them's leg on the angle that they have. I think this heifer's like that. I think she's going to stay really good for a long time because of that. I like her. She's not quite as true over her top lines. They kind of did a really good job of getting her put together today, and I appreciate that about her. I think that's a good, high-quality female. She's neater about her front 1/3 than her heifer. It comes in second. Maybe not quite as wide-sprung as the one in third, but I think that her teeth design is really good, and I think that she just finds that second hole pretty well. Big, powerful one is this third one, and you can write books on this one because I think that's a female that's going to certainly make her mark, because she is big and powerfully designed. She's a little wider spread out than those 2 ahead of her. I change her inner heart just a little bit to make her more eye appealing to me, but I think that's a high quality one to be in the third hole. Fourth heifer is a little more plainer, and what you see is what you get, but boy, what you get is the one that's really designed good, extremely good out through her hip and long and level in her hip, wide pinned, looks like a cow to me, not quite the bells and whistles of those ones above her, but daggone miss, that's a great heifer, and I think you're going to enjoy owning her down the road. This next heifer is one that's a little more powerfully designed, and that one has a little more trouble getting around compared to those first 3, but I'm not calling her unsound by any stretch of the imagination, because I don't think she is. I like her dimension, I like her shape, I like her overall build. Wish we could free her up just a nickel. The same goes for this next one, and I think she's probably getting full of calf, and she's starting to labor just a little bit on her movement, but big bodied, and you like that about her, just like her overall makeup. I think that's a high quality one. That's certainly going to make a cow on down the road because of her build. She gets a little bit uneven in her top relative to those ones ahead of her, but a heifer that's really good. Here's a little harder doing one, a little later maturing one perhaps, if you will, but she found that spot because she's so good in her lines. I think she's good at the ground. I thought she was good hoofed. I thought she was really good in her bone work. Neat about her hip. I think she lays in her pin set pretty well. Upright, up-headed. Her angles are okay. And every once in a while, just like she is there, she wants to push forward just ever so slightly. Next heifer that comes out needs to get her chest cleaned up a little bit to move her up. She gets a little bit more piecey. She's got a big foot on her. She wants to set down, and she sets down so much on her pastern that it kind of hurts her a little bit in her flexibility of her hock. The next heifer is one that gets just a little bit bow-legged, a little bit pigeon-toed for me, a little bit rounder, but boy, she's got a big center portion to her body. I like that. The next young man's heifer, another one that's got some body and some condition to her. Another heifer that's long-sided, a little bit rounder in her hip, a little bit more straight about her shoulder. I'd like to give her just a little more angle to that shoulder to move her up. Then the heifer completes the class, long-sided, long hip, got some good lines, a little bit less in condition today than compared to some of those cattle above her. Boy, she's got a good look, though. I think she's going to make a nice cow, already forming a pretty nice udder. Good luck to you exhibitors in the future on that outstanding group of heifers. Give them a good round of applause if you would.
Your results for Class 30, first place goes to 731 BFWGB Paisley 440, owned by Brecky Barnard from Foosland, Illinois. Second is 719 WGB CCCLT Miss Berkeley 441P ET, owned by Alyssa Fiddler from Fairview, Illinois. Third goes to 717 SCC Jessica 248M, owned by Atlee Kleinman from Wentworth, Missouri. Fourth place goes to 725 DR Forever Lucy 3514, owned by Shayla Dismukes from Chakota, Oklahoma. Fifth place is entry 718 RF Miss Mora 4335 ET, owned by Macy Hoig from Illinois City, Illinois. Sixth place is entry 726 SKS Smoke Show 454, owned by Emma Adams from Blossom, Texas. Seventh place is 751 RF Miss Moira 4325 ET, owned by Micah Mueller from Lincoln, Nebraska. Eighth place goes to 724 SKS Miss Callie 439, owned by McKenna Mitchell from Justin, Texas. Ninth goes to 722 SHF Miss Dynasty 2415, owned by Cashton Oshner from Pall Mall, Tennessee. 10th place is entry 733 Lee Millie's Foxy Redeemer, owned by Joshua Bailey from Elkins, Arkansas. And 11th goes to 723 DCC Miss Callaway 2453, owned by Laney Farnsworth from Altamont, Utah. Those results again for Class 30 go 352, 7911, 846 scratch, 110. Next in the ring, we have Class 31 and would like to thank our Class 31 sponsor, CK Sales and Marketing.
Well, I think we're kind of getting wound down here to our latter classes, but boy, this is a really good class again, and this heifer that went to class is really intriguing to me. I think she's starting to look like a cow in terms of her udder shape already, and I can't. I kept looking at this heifer and thinking, is she got enough angle to her shoulder? And then she gets out and goes and she reaches good, and I just think that she does. And I think that, man, she just paints again such a nice picture from the side. She's got enough base width. She's got enough dimension to her rib. She's got enough look to her. Her neck is really long. It's not not the skinniest neck ever, but I think that those are kind of hard to build sometimes, and I just think that she's really good in terms of her makeup, and I like her when she gets out and goes. Really, really fresh appearing. Looks like she's going to make a nice udder as she goes on, gets closer to calving. Just really, really fresh, and just one that I like a lot. This young lady's heifer that comes out next is hard to read, honestly. She gives you 1 minute, she gives you a look that's just out of this world, and then the next minute, I don't know if it's because she's fighting a halter so much or what it is, but she wants to just get a little off in her front end as she gets out and wants to go. I'd change that about her, but man, oh man, that's a big, powerful one that you like her center dimension. 3 and 4 are interesting because they're a really good cattle. This one's so big hipped and big ended. I like the way her pin set is. I like the way her tail head sets down in her. I feel like she's a little more flexible on the go than our heifer that comes out around in the corner here. Again, this is one that you really like a lot from a silhouette and a standpoint of getting off from her, and just paints a really good picture. And I hated to put one like that down in the 4th hole, but in my world, that's where she works today. And the heifer that completes the class is a really nice heifer. She just gives up too much performance of those ones above her today. We need to just give her a little more power and dimension to get her on moved up. Good class of big senior yearlings.
In Class 31, first place goes to 739, OBG Pamela M305, owned by Parker Haddon from Reelsville, Indiana. Second place is entry 740, TR Miss Maya 4741M ET, owned by Cashlin Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. Third place is entry 734, DC Jenna 2437, owned by Amelie Bergeron from New Iberia, Louisiana. Fourth place is entry 736, JAB Daffodil 455, Pulled ET, owned by Breeze Bunker from Sparta, Wisconsin. Fifth goes to 737, DC Carly's Vision 2415, owned by Ellie Pierce from Goodman, Missouri. Those places again for Class 31 go 3 scratch, 4 5 scratch, 1 2. Next in the ring is class number 32, and would like to thank our Class 32 sponsor of Shoddy Cattle.
Nice class. I think we're getting down to short rows here in our heifer show, and I think we had again another high quality class. And this was an interesting one to sort. This heifer that wins the class, though, to me is the heifer that just brings the most things to the table that we've kind of been searching for today in terms of her balance and her build. I think she's really good when she gets on the go. She's pretty flexible off both ends. She's got some shape, she's got some muscle, still comes out top side of her shoulder with some look, still very feminine looking, like her athleticism, just a good look. Freshest looking one probably is this middle one. She probably resembles more our heifer that won the last class in terms of her condition. I just love this heifer's udder already that looks like she's going to really milk. I love her a condition that she's in. I think she's just really, really good in her lines. She's the next freest one when we put her in motion relative to this class. I think when she gets out and goes, she reaches with a lot of authority. She's really athletic. I think she comes out of her neck and into her head really, really gracefully and very feminine. I like that a lot about her. I like her just at the ground up, and then I think she finds that hole in second. This third one's a little interesting to me because if she could get out and go a little better, I think I'd like her quite a bit more, because she actually resembles the heifer that wins the class more than maybe the heifer in second. She just labors off of both ends for me. She really wants to paddle and drag those front feet. I wish she would just reach out with a little more authority. She's a heavier conditioned heifer than probably either one of those first two. That's a good cow, though, to be in that third hole. The heifer that comes out in fourth, a little fresher in her condition. I like that. I think this one's got good parts and pieces. Again, big body, big center dimension to this heifer. She doesn't have quite the bells and whistles of maybe those first three, but I think that's a high quality one that's got a great future. Next heifer, really long-sided, doesn't balance up quite as well. Maybe change her out to her front 1/3, maybe soften her in her rib cage just a bit. Her heifer that comes out next is a little more rigid in her front end. She needs a little more angulation. I'd like to flatten her out in terms of the way her hip comes out. And then the heifer that completes the class, big, robust kind of a female with lots of power. She needs to get more flexible off both ends. A little earlier maturing one, which, as I said earlier today, that's certainly okay. She's certainly got her place. Good place to complete a class. Congratulations to you, juniors.
Your results for Class 32, first place goes to 749. WGB CC CLT Miss Berkeley 430P ET, owned by Camille Greer, Shelbyville, Texas. Second is entry 747 TR Miss Rhinestone World 4679M, owned by Kylan Oaks from Tologa, Oklahoma. Third is entry 746 ACPGC Miss Lubbock 2451, owned by Burke Shipman, Grandview, Texas. Fourth place goes to 748 WC Clarabelle W434, owned by Caitlin Bussman from Effingham, Illinois. Fifth is entry 743 SCBS Miss Maggie 426M, owned by Caleb Schnelly from DeWitt, Nebraska. Sixth is 742 KF 470 Miss Freedom, owned by Taylor Kent from Lucas, Iowa. And seventh is entry number 745, Boy Montella M211, owned by Hannah Schnelly, Beatrice, Nebraska. Results again for Class 32 goes 6-5, scratch, 7-3-2-4-1. Next in the ring, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 8. Would like to thank the Kansas Charolais Association and the Kansas Junior Charolais Association as your sponsors for these winners.
Good division, extremely good division when you think about the age of these heifers and keeping them in this kind of rig and just having them fresh and looking like cows, but still being girls, and I think that's very impressive. It's been a struggle, honestly, because there's been so many good ones in this division that I really didn't think that we'd have that. I didn't think that'd be the case, honestly. So compliments to you exhibitors and compliments to the breeders alike. You know, this class or this division, I think the first class out of this division was a handful. And if you'll recall, I kind of studied them for a while, and I wound up on this young man's heifer because I thought she was the real combination of the cattle that we had out here. I think when you get out here and look at her from the side profile, she sure fits a good mold. That's a good looking one that can get out and go, and young man does a nice job on presenting her, and certainly one that I think is a nice one to have out here, and certainly worthy of a look. The next heifer, honestly, I thought was just a really powerhouse in that class, and I thought there were 3 good heifers in that class, and the first 2 were quite alike. Then we had a different one in third, but that pair that come out of that class are pretty similar kind of cattle that have a good build and a good look. And this one, when she gets parked, I think that just very genuine in her build, good in her rib design. She's bigger boned and maybe the biggest bone we have out here in the Champion Drive. Good in her feet, good in her leg, gets out and strides well. And you look at that, the way she's built and just her mass and her body, she's still real feminine and still good in her neck and her head. Just really a highly competitive heifer. Next class was a struggle, and honestly, I get those 2 out here, and it's still a struggle because that heifer is unique in her look, the one that wins the class. Because you look at those kind and you think, boy, is she going to be a hard doing one because of the way her neck sets up there and her head. But I think that she's got enough rib and her udder shape is good. I think. I said, I don't know. I don't think she's too straight-fronted. I dislike that one's look, and I thought that was an interesting class. And it's a heifer that I think that this young man can really build a future with because she's got really good attributes. Then that last class was interesting to me because I thought we had some good cattle. I thought we had the one that probably balanced up and put the most good things together that comes back out here to win the class. I think she was kind of the combination. I thought that last one was kind of the combination heifer in that particular class in terms of her makeup and her balance, and had some power, still got out and went and traveled with some authority and some athleticism, and still had a feminine kind of front and head. But to me, I'll go out and show you the one that I like the best, and we'll just go from there. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause. It's been a pleasure to sort through this group of cattle.
Your division champion out of Division 8 is entry 731, BFWGB Paisley 440, owned by Breck Barnard from Foosland, Illinois. Reserve champion is entry number 719, WGB CCCLT Miss Berkeley 441P, owned by Alyssa Fiddler, Fairview, Illinois. And your third out is entry 749, Camille Greer, Shelbyville, Texas. You want to go before we do this? You good? What do you We are ready to move into Division 9. Would like to thank our Class 33 sponsor is Schrader Ranch.
guys. You're going to be 2 and you're going to be 1, okay? Wow, I never even in my wildest dreams thought that we'd come here and have a class of cow calves, 2-year-olds that would be this good at a junior national, and that's in all sincerity. And this is coming from a guy that's been a part of the breed for a long, long time, and so I'm overwhelmed and very impressed. And this is a tough class to evaluate because there's so many things that you have to kind of contribute into your thought process. The cow and calf that's going to win the class, I think, is a pair. And you put both things together, I think they're the ones that surface to the top. I feel like her calf is maybe a lot like her. And it's got a good look, and I think she's doing a great job raising that calf. I think her udder's pretty well balanced. I think she's a deep-bodied cow that's going to be easy to manage, because I think that cow's got lots of mating possibilities. I think she's going to be an easy keeper. She's not quite as neat in her chest as maybe the cow behind her. But I just think that's the kind that, man, you can really build a future with and make a lot of really high dollar ones out of. And congratulations. The next pair, a cow. I love the cow. The calf, it gets a little bit elevated for me. It gets a little bit harder doing for me. And that's one of those things, because for a first calf heifer, my gosh, she is doing a superb job. She's good-legged and good-footed, and just like I talked about those cattle today, boy, you like that kind. She looks like maybe she's going to be one that's a little bit harder to manage, maybe one that takes a little more intake. Relative to the first cow. Really a good pair there for your first and second in this class. Not want to take anything away from this third cow. A little more moderate in her build. Young man, I think you got a good cow. I think she's very youthful looking. I think she's one that's got a very consistent udder. Her teats are good. I think it's one that's going to stay really good. I'd change her heifer calf. Her heifer calf doesn't quite match her as well as maybe those first 2 pairs. I think that's a good pair of cattle. Here's the one that's raising a big stout one, and I can commend you for that. This bull calf is really putting the pounds down. Cow's a little coarser in her makeup when you look at her over her top, and she just wants to get a little more piecey. But boy, again, this is a cow that's got a pretty nice udder. It looks like it'll have some longevity to it. And the cow that completes our class, really a good cow as well. I think one that certainly has a nice look to her. Her bull calf is one that you'd maybe like to give him just a little more time to evaluate him. The cow's a little long-teated, and I think maybe that's a concern. But other than that, man, that's a good pair. Congratulations to junior exhibitors on an outstanding group of cow calves.
Your results for Class 33, first place goes to entry 762, LaFraise Kayla, 534, owned by Harper Johansson from Lebanon, Missouri. Second place is 763, BJF Susie, 4029M, owned by Avery Coles from Hutchinson, Minnesota. Third is 754, OCR Mary Bob, M251, owned by Sutton Hill from Nunn, Colorado. Fourth place goes to 769, WGB-CC Miss Jasmine 360P ET, owned by Georgia Godot from Ladonia, Texas. And fifth place is 761, Block Impressed 105M, owned by Chase Henson from Crum, Texas. Results again for Class 33 go 3, 5, 1, 2, 4. Next in the ring, we'll have our final class on the day in Class 34. Following this, we will select our Division 9 champion and reserve, moving right directly into our champion-owned heifer lineup. Remember, all of our state groups, we will move on to our state groups immediately following the champion drive, so be on the ready.
Congratulations. Well, this is an interesting way to end. We got kind of the different spectrums here. We got one that's a little bigger and one that's a little smaller. And I guess you start looking at all things considered, and probably this cow that's going to win this this particular class is probably a little more my cup of tea, I suppose. I like this cow. She's a 5-year-old. I think the young lady said February bull calf that's got some grow and some performance in him. Love this cow's udder. I mean, that thing is symmetrical and looks really good. Her teat design is good still. She's extremely sound and gets out and goes really good for a cow that age. Just a nice pair. This young cow that it comes in second is a 4-year-old, just a more moderate band that she's got. She has really put proof in the pudding with her. She's got an October bull calf that's pounds heavy, a big bodied one that's got some muscle and some shape. And you know, I think that cow can raise that kind all day. That's a good pair of cattle, and tough decision for me, but that's the way I like them. Congratulations on an extremely good group of cow-calf pairs.
Results for Class 34. First place is 766. Schrader's Miss Pearl 1275J, owned by Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Second goes to 765. W.H. Atlee 217, owned by Jesse Hankins, Springfield, Missouri. Next in, we will select our Division 9 champion in reserve.
We get here in our last division, our cow calves, and you know, this is a tough deal because these young folks put in a little bit double time on these pairs because it is never easy to show a cow calf pair. I'll promise you, if you've ever not shown one, I'd advise you to not try it because it's a lot of work. You know, these cows are probably wanting their calves to nurse, and so I'm sure they've had a long day. 4 really exceptionally good pairs, folks, and I mean that, and I think it's been an extremely good pair show. I think it's been an extremely good Charlet show from start to finish today. Just unbelievable quality. I'm going to go show them how I like them today. Give them a nice round of applause. I think we spoke enough about them there in their class.
Your Division 9 champion is entry 766, Schrader's Miss Pearl 1275J, ET, owned by Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Your reserve division champion, entry 762, LaFraise Kyla 534, owned by Harper Johansson. We will have a brief pause We're now going to turn things over to Mesa, who is going to draw our raffle tickets and thank our sponsors.
Okay, the junior board has been selling raffle tickets throughout the year with 3 prizes on them. Our first prize is a pallet of ReproMax Mineral, a Vitaferm mineral feeder, and a 5-liter jug of Vitaferm Drench, and this was donated by Vitaferm. The second prize, or reserve prize, will be a semen tank, MVE XC20 semen tank, and that was donated by Bovine Elite and Integrated Breeders. And the third name drawn and the third prize is Hella Hair package and a pair of Andis 2-speed clippers, and that was donated by Hella Hair and J&A Charlet. If we could please just give a round of applause to our sponsors for making this possible. All the money goes back to the juniors here, and we are going to have the junior board raffle and pick our 3 names. Tana, if you will do the honors. Levi Schur, sold by Macy Hoig. All right, prize number 2, go ahead. Here we go, one of our Kansas natives, Isom Marston, also sold by Macy Hoig. Macy is obviously either lucky or really putting in some ticket selling work. My husband is going to be very disappointed his ticket is not in the 3 drawn. Our third one is Alec Lucas, sold by Camille Greer. Again, thank you so much to our sponsors. This is a great fundraiser for our juniors. So thank you again. Let's give them one more round of applause.
As we're preparing for our grand drive like we do each and every year, we're excited to present the Herdsman of the Year, and it's my pleasure to do the introduction, the 2025 AIJCA Herdsman of the Year, Mr. Weston Schrader.
Thank you, Justin, and it's a really special tradition each year that the past year's herdsman has presented the buckle to the upcoming Herdsman of the Year. This award is named in memory of Jordan Mack. If you don't know who Jordan Mack and his family, I encourage you to try to meet them someday. His legacy is so amazing, and their family's fingertips are woven into so many of our junior experiences, and it is my honor to present the 2026 Jordan Mack Memorial Herdsman of the Year Award to my friend Sydney Allard. Congratulations, Sydney.
We are ready to begin our 2026 AIJCA Junior National Owned Heifer Show and the selection of our champion owned heifer as well as our top 5. Leading in the ring will be all of our reserve champions out of division. Let's let them roll, Zeke. Our reserve champions coming out of Division 1, we have Emma Adams from Blossom, Texas. Out of Division 2, we have Luke Short from Taylorville, Illinois. Division 3, we have Jillian Stone from Clinton, Missouri. From Division 4, we have Isa Marston in Canton, Kansas. Your Division 5 reserve champion is Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Division 6, we have Avery Knapp from Orion, Illinois. Division 7, we have Andrew Borer from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Division 8, we have Alyssa Fiddler from Fairview, Illinois. And rounding out your reserve champions from Division 9, we have Harper Johansson from Lebanon, Tennessee. And now for your lineup of division champions. Coming out of Division 1, we have Mila Nieder, Amoret, Missouri. Out of Division 2, we have Libba Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Coming out of Division 3, we have Brooke Polzine, Darwin, Minnesota. Coming out of Division 4, Hayden Sampson from Afton, Tennessee. From Division 5, we have Addison Sweeney, Vinton, Iowa. Coming out of Division 6, we have Carter Cornegie from Sperry, Oklahoma. Coming out of Division 7, we have John Davis, Iva, South Carolina. Coming out of Division 8, we have Breck Barnard, Foosland, Illinois. And our final division, our Division 9 champion, Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Folks, how about a round of applause for a great set of champions that are out there in the ring today. And while Clint's going to begin his process, I'd be remiss if I don't take the time to thank a couple of ladies who have done an absolutely outstanding job here with their first time putting on the Junior Nationals. How about a round of applause for Mesa Welsh and Haley Jones for the AICA. And one final one I've got that I need is, I tell you what, our last several days inside this ring, this junior board has been hoofing it and doing one heck of a job, folks. How about one round of applause for our junior board?
Well, I got to tell you, it's been a real honor to be here to judge the Char Cup Junior National. Kelly and I left Ohio yesterday morning and drove out, and my wife is here with me, definitely in my right hand, and we do everything together. So a lot of people have a team, and our team kind of consists of mostly Kelly and I and our 3 border collies and some various family members, and we have some really good neighbors that kind of pitch in at home. And I have to do this. My buddy Critter Stroud helps us feed, and I hope he gets that, because I always tell him I'll throw him a bone, because when we leave home, we got cows all over the place and lots of work. And so you all know what it's like. You've been here for a week, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It was interesting when I got the notice that I was going to judge, because I got elected to the AIJCA Board of Directors this past year to serve Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, and Michigan. And I appreciate the breeders in those states having the just giving me the opportunity to represent them. I've been a part of the Charolais breed. My family first bought the first ones in 1967, and I was actually born already, so I was part of that journey. So my life with the Charolais is, I told your president-elect this morning that I was president in 1986 or 7, I don't remember. And she's like, wow, that's 40-some years ago. And I go, oh yeah, I know. So, this breed and this association has evolved so much from where we've been in my Charolais world. And I appreciate that from them. My mom's passed some years ago. My dad's 90 and still kicking, and will be wanting to look at pictures as soon as I get home. So it's this breed means so much to my wife and I, and it's really an honor. And when I was sitting there at that AIJCA board meeting, and Ethan came out and gave the junior committee well, their recommendations for judge, and I was the open show judge. I was like, or the owned heifer show judge. I was kind of overwhelmed, honestly. The first thing I did is call my wife and go, hey, guess what? I'm going to be judging the Junior National. And I got the opportunity to judge the National Charlet show just last year in Fort Worth. So it's really been an honor, folks, I got to tell you. And I call them like I see them. I don't use big words. I'm a cow guy. I try to use things that are practical for Kelly and I. I try to use words that I hope you can make sense of. I like them functional. I like them pretty. Heifers got to look like heifers in my world, and that's what we can sell, and that's what we raise. And so, man, I get out here, and I am astounded with the quality. I mean, from our first calf class all the way to those pairs, man, it's just an extremely good group of cattle. And I tell you, I'm overwhelmed really with the quality. We're going to have some cattle that aren't going to get their picture taken today in the top 5 that I'll promise you will get their pictures taken a lot because they're that good. There's cattle that stood down the line that, man, don't be ashamed of them whatsoever because they're high quality. Going to leave a couple things. I shoot from the hip. One of my buddies that's a photographer called me the other day. He's the only one that's called me about this show, and he said, you got your speech worked out? And I go, no, Kelly has been more worried about my wardrobe. So I go, I just kind of shoot things from the hip. You know me well enough, but here's the couple of things I'm going to ask you young folks to do is believe in God, believe in yourself. Don't forget that. That's all. Congratulations. I'll pick you a top 5.
Your grand champion owned female is entry number 657, ACPGC Miss Nadia 2501 ET, owned by Carter Cornegie from Sperry, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion female is entry number 499, RF Miss Mora 5308 ET, owned by Brooke Polzine, Darwin, Minnesota. Your third overall female is entry number 730. BFWGB Paisley 440, owned by Breck Barnard, Foosland, Illinois. Your fourth overall is entry number 537. HLC Lily 1484, owned by Hayden Sampson, Afton, Tennessee. Fifth overall female is entry number 572. RJ Judy 5210N, owned by Addison Sweeney, Benton, Iowa. Congratulations to our exhibitors and our champions out there today. Exhibitors, don't run off. We will move directly into our state groups of three. Again, all of our state group exhibitors, David is ready for you in the makeup area. Need to be there right now. One thing we forgot to announce and recognize, our champion-owned heifer also receives a $500 scholarship courtesy of Kudrin Charlet. So again, Kim, thank you for your support year in, year out. For our state groups, we've got South Dakota, Kansas, and Illinois. Champion state group of 3 is Illinois, with your reserve champion, Kansas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 2026 Junior Nationals. We look forward to seeing everybody next year in Indianapolis, and safe travels as you're hitting the road.